say around 2 dozen for snow removal.
Okay. And how many employees do you have?
Ones that actually work through the winter?
Yeah.
6.
Okay. So you can clear 24 accounts pretty quick with 6 people. Are they big, like, commercial properties?
A couple of them. Most of them are, like, just local houses.
So you use shovels then, or like snowblowers mostly?
Depends on how big it gets. I prefer shovels, but if it gets to the point where I have to use a snowblower, yeah.
Shovels just faster?
Yeah. Normally, yeah. Because otherwise, you have to go through the hassle of getting out of the trailer, making sure it's got gas, running it, and it's mechanical, so issues, of course.
It always doesn't start. How long have you been working there?
Since last
Cujo, what's up, buddy?
So a year now total, or coming up? A little over a year.
I think we're on what is it?
Play Mobile Legends and not a crab.
18.
Hey, nice.
So
nothing wrong with that.
6 days.
Okay. You like it there?
God of War Ragnarok, 20% off. Ooh. I wonder if Batman's on sale. Oops. Ooh. Dude. Hell yeah. Sure. Hell yeah. Okay. Well, I'll make sure I buy that later. The fuck? Playing Mobile Legends.
Yeah, the work's rough, but otherwise, yeah.
Do you stay busy when you're not landscaping? Do they have other things for you to do? Like, are you full time, or are you just there's work?
So we are full time. Basically, everyone there is. We go in like it's a normal 9 to 5.
Sure.
Obviously, sometimes weather doesn't permit that, or we get sent home early because there's just nothing left that day that we can start that day.
Yeah.
Or nothing left for us to do at whatever. But for the most part, it's 7:30 to 3:30, and that's it.
Yeah. What did you do before?
So I was out of work for I want to say
3 mil XP. 3 mil XP. Almost 92 HP. Halloween. This is what I should have been doing when I was at work instead of fucking woodcutting. Let's see here. Banked XP. Extraction. Please visit the bank. Lovely. Hippo. Capybara. Johnny, what's up, buddy? Oops, wrong thing.
And then before that, I worked at Topper's Pizza.
Okay.
That's actually where I met Kirsten.
This whole thing just an interrogation? Oh god,
I'll
I'm
show
not
you
watching
pizza
that.
place.
Oh, this is gonna be like an actual video. Well put together video. This is just a raw dog interrogation. Nope. Not a fucking shot, buddy. Cereal butt sniffer. Free.
Gozer is apparently leaving old school.
About my plans going forward with like the games and the content and videos and streams and all that stuff. So, because as you guys may know, I've been playing RuneScape for at this point 1,000 hours, which is crazy. I never expected.
Jesus.
Womp womp. See you later, Goose. We find like a decent video here, maybe?
These are 7 shocking moments when cops exposed a doctor's evil secret, starting with the disturbing case of a doctor who took her own daughter's life in the most horrifying way imaginable. On June 27, 2025, around 3:41 a.m., officers responded to a home in El Portal, Florida, after reports that a 4-year-old
I'm not listening to AI. This guy literally stole videos from the other dude's channel. This is crazy. These AI channels are getting out of hand. Come on, darling. Fuck are you talking about? That's some gay shit right there, buddy.
This is Alejandro Rojas, a married man.
Bro, what's with these AI voices, dog? What the fuck? You're running up that hill? Good for you, buddy. Don't slip and fall. Don't slip and fall. Stranger Things song? No, it's a Kate Bush song, actually. Stranger Things just used it. Am I still making edibles? Fuck yeah, dude. You want to know something funny? Watch this. Guarantee you. I feel sorry for the people that pay for the whatever it's called. Oh shit. Pay for the shit. I gotta just watch it for free right here. I gotta just watch that shit for free right here, buddy. Oop. I can just watch that shit for free right here, buddy. I can just watch it for free right here. Never paying for nothing. Crazy, eh? Dude, I swear to God, if this is a fucking AI video. Let's hear this shit.
Got there. The parents explained what was going on to the officer.
Brother, I can't with this shit, bro. This is crazy. AI is just taking over the world. This is fucked. Fucked, Julian. Streamia? Weird. I mean, fuck, dude. Literally, if you want a site, just go to r/piracy, click on Mega Thread, and then you have anime, books, emulators, games, mobile bullshit, music, software, sports, tools, movies, and TV. They've got like thousands of sites here. Thousands of them. 4, 5, 6 movies, one show. This one right here, one shows is insane, dude. This shit's fucking crazy. This is like the best fucking torrent site I've ever seen. Ooh, Zootopia too. Don't mind if I do. The fuck is this? Oh. Wicked. We're gonna go like this. Oh, dude, it's not the format that I need. Womp womp. I'll watch that later. Dracula. Let's see if there's anything decent going on here. Upcoming, eh? Scream 7. Anaconda. What? Oh, it's with Jack Black. It's gonna be like, that's stupid. SpongeBob the movie? What the fuck did they do to my boy SpongeBob? Jesus. Top rated? Let's see what we got for top rated here. Fight Club, Pulp Fiction, Shawshank, Harry Potter. Yo. Lord of the Rings. Damn. Damn. I didn't know Sudoku 2 was out though. That's cool.
Our house been having a real bad smell lately. You're looking for my daughter. She was last with you.
It's a type at the end of the stairs, and it looks like some blood leaking.
I can see some skin there.
It's not Ashley. It can't be Ashley.
We don't have a head, we don't have hands, and we don't have feet.
Did he say what he did?
Damn, what the fuck? This man chopped them all off. Are you in the washroom? Do you get past this paper towel or some Kleenex or something? Okay. Like, oop. Sorry about that. Here. I'll throw it back in for you. Here. Thank you. Thank you. Ugh. Disgusting. Still making edibles? Is the sky black at night? Okay. Well, might as well do the thing. We'll fucking...
It sounded like he distributed them all over.
He discarded some items into a trash bin.
There was a video of those two together. They were just having a good time.
You wouldn't think that anything horrible was about to happen.
Police on the search warrant!
Technology upgrade.
You can record what they do.
Anyone inside the big door!
These videos are a crucial piece of the puzzle.
Turn around. Hey, 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 hey.
You're on the camera. We know the answer.
Oh, the Ancon movie looks funny? Yeah, it looks alright. Sorry. I'm cool with that.
I've never, messaged somebody I don't know. I don't know, I just don't trust people easily.
And it's probably for the best, bitch.
My mom, she's like, Ashley, don't even do online banking, because she's so worried about strangers on the internet.
Understandably so. Your mom's got a good fucking head on her shoulder.
I feel like our friendship is special, and I feel like we're really getting to know each other. I just feel super comfortable with you. We have to meet up. We just have to.
Ashley loved...
All right, gentlemen, here goes nothing.
She loved her family. She was going to college and meeting new people.
I really am going to go get ready for class now, and sorry for talking a lot, but that's just me.
It was a good time for her. Very good time. We were going to go look at this apartment, and Ashley wasn't responding to anything. None of my calls, none of my texts. It was not like her at all.
Okay.
Christine Young is the perfect example of mother's intuition. It's very real.
Come on, go.
Something is not
Get the
right.
fuck in there, buddy.
Gone out with a friend on Wednesday night.
You have an adult who hasn't called mom back. Well, that's not a crime, and it's not a missing person. That's just a daughter who hasn't returned mom's calls.
It took some talking with friends. I said there was that one guy that broke into Ashley's apartment years ago and stole the computer, the money, her Adderall.
Her Adderall? What the fuck?
Like, Jared?
Stole her Adderall.
I had no
That's some
clue.
wild shit.
When I found out, I was livid.
Jared had some limited criminal background. Clearly, local law enforcement knew of him. You know, this might be somebody who struggles with substance abuse.
He sent her something on Facebook wanting to talk with her or chat with her. We had a come to Jesus meeting, and I was like, he's no good. She's like, well, there's always good in everyone, and everyone deserved that second chance.
No.
The night that they are together, Ashley...
I'm not bringing the Dragon Hunter wand out here. I got killed before with 1,000 death blood runes out here, and I'm just not doing it. This thing just rocks. It sucks. I use Dragon Hunter wand for like dragon tasks. This thing just rocks. It sucks. This arcane blade is fucking so good out here, dude. Speaking of blood runes, I'll take those. Come on. Ease up, soldier. This arcane blade, low-key, just destroys this guy because it's a slash-based weapon, right? Or a stab-based weapon. I mean, they're weak to stab, so it just fucking mollywops this goober. Ooh! I don't know how my fucking protect against melee on. I just realized. Oh my. You only bring 300 bloods? Yeah, see, I try and do as many kills per trip as possible. No, that the spec didn't hit? Fuck, man. I'm getting like 5 to 6 KC when I bring the Dragon Hunter wand out here. Oh, my video's paused.
Grand Rapids, the Franklin address where Jared lived. They went to a local bar called Mulligan's. Surveillance footage we have of
my buddy's actually been to that bar before. What the fuck?
A place called the Pita House, which is right next door.
Mulligan's.
There's a very, very brief clip of them through a doorway, and you can really see Ashley's boots because she was wearing very distinctive, almost knee-high black boots. We see Jared walking ahead of Ashley, and then 45 seconds later, she follows him, and then you can see them talking in the parking lot. And if you were to look at the video, looked like any other young couple going out for a night on the town. And you wouldn't think that anything horrible was about to happen.
Hello, Jared. My name is Christine Young. I'm looking for my daughter.
I left him a voicemail that was not.
Do la
Was
la.
not nice at all.
She was last with you. Is she with
Do la la.
She needs to contact me.
Do la la. Come on, baby.
I'm going to contact the police department to do a missing person.
Some people would say I threatened him, but that wasn't a threat. Those were promises.
Oh my god, that's so classic,
When he
lady,
finally called me,
classic.
he said Ashley lost her phone. She left it at the hookah lounge. She had to go get it. She was headed home. It was just lies. Everything he said was a lie.
Lies,
Those
lies.
inconsistencies really painted a picture of
Bang.
Jared, who he is, and his efforts to get Christine to look
Excuse
anywhere
me.
but where Ashley was.
He told me that Ashley
Go
was
ahead and tell me
with
all them
Demetrius.
lies.
I'm like, who is that? Let's play this game.
Driving
See
and
what
talking on the phone? Yeah, I know. I noticed. That was funny, actually, you brought that up.
He was like, I don't know an Ashley. I've never met your daughter.
The very next thing that Jared is texting to his buddy is, and pardon my French, but he's basically saying, you just fucked me over. I'm fucked now, thanks.
He was supposed to tell me that Ashley was there and she had just left. He hadn't read the text that Jared had sent him. I called the state police Friday morning. It seems like it's all a blur at times.
Hit him for hit him.
Like
Yes, we got the buried in rinse as a kill for sure then.
On Friday morning, it stopped.
Come on.
By Saturday, I'm like, we need to go. We need to go to Grand Rapids. We need to go to his house. We need to go find her car. Kalamazoo Police isn't
Huge
doing
30.
anything, so we need to.
Come on, baby.
It was really a grassroots
Come on.
effort at
Yeah.
that point. It was her mom
Get in
who
there.
was pushing this, trying to get answers through social media.
Jared's father was a police officer.
I didn't even have it on stab. I had it on slash. Womp womp.
He knew that Ashley's mom was looking for
Come on.
Ashley. Because
Stab the
social
goober.
media was a buzz.
James came into the police department with Jared, and he said, we need to talk to some detectives.
Stab this fucking goober, buddy.
To the front window to try to ascertain, why do you need to speak with the detectives? James said, well, they're trying to harass my son on Facebook. They're saying that he was the last one with this young lady that's missing.
Yup.
You want to talk to my
One
son?
more. One more, baby.
You want to talk to him.
One more.
He needs an attorney.
That's
The lieutenant
huge
says,
right
well,
there.
We don't have attorneys here. You have to get your own attorney.
Admin bars, we'll take all of them.
Jared's dad becomes visibly upset at the officer and is pointing at him and waving his arm.
He said something to the effect of, you're making a big mistake,
Edgeville.
man. And he turned around and he and Jared walked out.
Bang.
I hope they're having a real bad smell lately. I just went in the basement, opened the basement door, and there's a tarp and what looks like it could be blood leaking from it. And I want the police to come here ASAP right now and look at it.
The case really broke open with the neighbor.
My upstairs neighbor, he's been in the basement, and we live in an apartment, and the basement is normally locked.
Do you know where that tenant is that lives there?
No, I don't.
Okay. Did you know what his name is?
His name's Jared Chance.
Did you call?
I don't understand how people are so dumb. If you're gonna kill somebody, like, take their body and fucking bury it 6 feet deep somewhere. Don't just fucking hide it in a house. Like, take that bitch into the middle of a fucking discreet relocation and dig a fucking hole, bury it, and then make sure no one can see that there is a hole there in the first place. It's not hard. Put them in your car, wrap them up in a tarp, this, that, and the other thing. A fucking couple fucking pieces of plastic that you'd use for when you're painting a wall or whatever. Tape it up on each end so nothing leaks out. Like, fuck, dude. Oh, unbelievable. And then throw some limes on top of that bitch, too. Help the decomp. Author Thomas King expects firestorm after he's not indigenous. Oh, dude, no way. Well, that's crazy work right there. Oh, shit, what the fuck? I accidentally
Jared's father was a police officer for 20 plus years. He knew that Ashley's mom was looking for Ashley because social media was a buzz.
James came into the police department with Jared, and he said, we need to talk to some detectives. The desk lieutenant came out to the front window to try to ascertain, why do you need to speak with the detectives? James said, well, they're trying to harass my son on Facebook. They're saying that he was the last one with this young lady that's missing. You'll want to talk to my son. You want to talk to him, but he needs an attorney. The lieutenant says, well, we don't have attorneys here. You have to get your own attorney, your own representation.
Jared's dad becomes visibly upset at the officer and is pointing at him and waving his arm.
He said something to the effect of, you're making a big mistake then. And he turned around and he and Jared walked out.
911 emergency.
Actually, buddy, your son's the one that made the mistake.
I just went in the basement, opened the basement door, and there's a tarp and what looks like it could be blood leaking from it. And I want the police to come here ASAP right now and look at it.
The case really broke open with the neighbor.
My upstairs neighbor, he's been in the basement, and we live in an apartment, and the basement is normally locked.
Do you know where that tenant is that was there?
No, I don't.
Okay. Did you know what his name is?
His name Jared Chance.
Did you call? For the last couple days, our apartment just had this real bad smell, you know what I'm saying? So I go in the basement to check the pipes, see if the sewage that flooded or something. Yeah. It's nothing, but it's a tarp at the end of the stairs I stepped over. But when I come back, I'm shining my flashlight, and it looks like some blood is leaking from under it. And I ain't gonna touch it, because I don't want to lift that motherfucker up and see none of that.
Mario went downstairs to look around, and that's when he saw the tarp, saw the stuff coming out of the tarp, and then hightailed it out of here. Did you happen to touch that tarp?
No,
okay.
no,
Did she touch the tarp?
No, she didn't even go down there. It was just me.
Okay.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. When I'm
Who's this Jared Chance guy?
That's the guy who lives upstairs.
He lives upstairs.
Yeah, this is Jared Chance. This him.
Okay.
When I arrived, started speaking with the neighbors and just getting a little bit of information, and they had stated that they thought Jared may have had something to do with it, and that he was.
Oh, it was all specs, dude. Come on
Check to
now.
see if he in the house, because he do got a gun.
Facebook is showing a picture of this missing person girl with the suspect.
I hit him for one. Get out of here.
We don't. That's who the girl was talking about. That's what.
Well, we don't know that she's missing. We don't know. Make sure she ain't under there.
Have you ever seen the person that they're talking about?
I seen her like a couple days ago when I went up there. Like he told me to come up there and smoke with him. So I just remember his white female, kind of chubby. Okay. You know, like
Kind of chubby.
Maybe like brunette, maybe like brownish red.
He had a girl over. She was kind of heavy set. Had a white sweater on, some black leggings, and some brownish colored boots. She seemed pleasant. Didn't seem to be in any distress. Did he say how he knew her?
He said what I say. I was like, I you know what I'm saying? Like, oh, you finna hit it, because I ain't never seen her before.
Right.
You can finna hit that.
She's finna leave in a couple seconds because I got somebody else coming over.
Did you see her leave? Or did you?
No.
You left first.
Yeah, I left.
Did you ever see her leave?
Nope.
Did she come in that Focus?
Yep.
That was her car?
Yep.
About 2 days later, Jared came down and asked Mario, hey...
That guy's actually a really well-spoken... Oh, dude, I just fucked up so large. God damn it. That dude's actually a really well-spoken man. I hate when I do that, brother.
Seen her before. He like, no, I'm just finna woo out. She's finna leave in a couple seconds because I got somebody else coming over.
Did you see her leave? Or did you...
No.
You left first.
Yeah, I left.
Did you ever see her leave?
Nope.
Did she come in that Focus?
Yep.
That was her car?
Yep.
About 2 days later, Jared came down and asked Mario, hey, the keys are locked in the ignition of this car, the Focus. Can you help me get the door open? You notice anything weird in the car?
Man, it was messy. It was like, you know, I'm a person, I try to mind my business, you know what I'm saying? So I try not to be all, you know, my girlfriend, she be, you know, out the window all the time.
Right.
So like, I'd never, honestly, God, if it wasn't for her, I never would even, because like, when he called, when he knocked on the door, I don't even answer. I just let him, like, forget it, because he normally high off weed and Xanax, you know what I'm saying? I can't have a conversation with nobody like that.
So was that Ford Focus or deceased then?
Weed and Xanax.
He sent me a message up.
Yo, Zombie, you're my goat, dude. How you been?
Tell him I ain't here.
Okay. He said that to you?
Yeah, it text message.
A couple of days ago he said that?
Yeah.
The body cam footage depicts the officers going down into the basement. There's no lights. The officers are clearing it with their flashlights. And you see almost immediately a large canvas bag at the bottom of the stairs, and you can see clearly blood trails trickling out of that bag. One of the officers leans down. There's a little opening in the canvas bag.
I can see some skin there. So let's bring back out.
And so then the officers clear back up the stairs.
All we knew was that there was probably a human body inside.
Ba-ba-ba-ba.
I know you probably can't tell me.
Shawnee! What's up, dude? Zombie, what you guys get up to today? You guys want to know something? I literally slept in till like 7:30 today. Sean, you watched that new Stranger Things shit? I remember you used to be hyped about that. I remember you used to be hyped up about that shit. You watched that or what? Ugh. Fucking take that sweater off, man. I'm sweating my balls off. Ooh, fat 50. Oh, dude, what? Not cool. Boom, bucklet.
When we pulled up, I thought there was an accident.
Boom, bucklet.
And I get this text saying, please tell me that's not her. I texted back, what are you talking about? I don't know what you're talking about. He goes, the body. They found a body at his house, and it's a female.
Well, what do you think?
Friends were there, and they came up and they hugged me, and they go, I'm so sorry, and I'm like, it's not Ashley. It can't be Ashley.
I kept telling the lieutenant, there's one identifying piece that you will know if it's Ashley. Her eyes. No one else will have her eyes. And she
No
said,
shit.
We have no identifying parts.
I wanted to run to see if it was her, because I could have identified her. But if it was her, I just wanted to get to her. I just wanted to get to her.
Okay, enough of these twos. Let's hit something here. Nice. Sick. We'll take that.
Our special response team make their way up to Jared's apartment. It appeared that he had been sleeping.
The apartment itself was in disarray. There were things strewn everywhere.
There was a very odd stain on the kitchen floor. It was a couple feet long, and there was like white powder all over the floor.
So we've recovered a tool
White
set
powder,
in the
eh?
basement. They've recovered female boots, and the most disturbing one of all is a brown box that you get from Amazon.
Ultimately, that is where her arms and her legs were located, not the hands, not the feet.
Obviously, right from the get-go, our primary suspect was Jared.
You don't say. What gave it away? Was it the fact that he was seen with her last, or the fact that you guys opened up his house and you seen a bunch of fucking arms and feet in there? Which one gave that away? For real.
Putting the seatbelt around you, alright?
Once Jared was taken into custody, he was brought down to the police department to an interview room.
Want me to take him off the cuffs? Or?
Yeah, you gonna be decent with us? Yeah. Okay.
The interview was pretty short. There was a little small talk in the beginning about when he came into the police department earlier that day.
We appreciate the fact that you came in earlier, and I'm sorry you got turned away.
Yeah, no, I just came in just because I read on Facebook that the last person this person was with was me, so I was just concerned and trying to get some information about it, but my dad just recommended me to just ask for the advice of attorney, and because I don't really know what the hell's going on, so I don't want to like sit here and talk about shit that may incriminate me or whatever in any kind of way, because I don't know.
Homeboy, they found fucking arms and legs chopped off of this girl in your house. You're hard to be cooked. I don't want to incriminate myself or nothing.
What's going on? So I just don't want to say nothing right now.
He immediately asked for an attorney, so our questioning stopped after just a couple of minutes.
No other piercings anywhere? Here?
He wasn't giving us any indication of what happened, and we don't have a head, we don't have hands, and we don't have feet.
The coroner said he couldn't make a definite without the head.
So immediately there's a sense of urgency. We started by getting search warrants to get information from his credit card so that we could kind of retrace his steps.
Jared visited a local convenience store right down the road called Miss Tracy's. He is there multiple times over the next day and a half. Sometimes he's using cash, sometimes he's using a card. He's on video buying ammonia multiple times.
The video showed Jared walking across the street early in the morning, and he discarded some items into a trash bin in the front of the store, which looked like an orangish colored bag.
We went into the garbage bin. We located stuff like latex gloves, a pair of his pants, her purse, her ID. His pants had her blood on it. I think he even had his name tag sewn into the pants. So when you start looking at what he's buying at Miss Tracy's and then you look at his apartment, it becomes pretty evident that Ashley was murdered in the kitchen and then ultimately dragged 10-15 feet and put into the bathtub, and that's where he did the grisly job of dismembering her. Everybody has cell phones, so one of the first things the Detective Bureau is going to do is they're going to get those call records. Then we can start to figure out, okay, Jared was here, Jared went over there, and then, oh, hey, why is he going over to Holland? Oh, well, Mom and Dad live in Holland.
Once we realized his parents lived in Holland, we went back the next day with a search warrant.
Mr. and Mrs. Chance were home at the time, sitting on the back. They have like a 3-season porch in the back.
You know, the biggest piece of evidence that's located is a reciprocating saw that was underneath the couch in the living room. That's exactly the type of tool that you would use to cut through long bones. As gruesome as it is, you can clearly see there's flesh and there's hair stuck in that saw, and it's confirmed, indeed, through DNA, this is Ashley's remains.
We knew that James Chance had been a police officer for several years, and he then retired and moved to Holland. Then when we found the evidence that we found, we were convinced that he and his wife, and probably Conrad, the brother, had knowledge of what happened.
No shit.
We learned that there were several items carried out of Jared's apartment and placed into Mr. and Mrs. Chance's vehicle.
They're literally loading in the Amazon box with her arms and her legs into it. This nasty smelling, horrid mop and bucket filled with gloves and just, I can't imagine how horrible the stench was in that vehicle. And no rational human would be like, oh, I guess nothing's going on here.
They were driving all around town. They went to the police station, they went to Costco, and then they end up going back to Jared's house, dropping him off and giving him back this box of evidence.
They clearly become people that we want to talk to.
I will never forget this experience.
They were
yeah, no doubt, buddy.
with us, whatsoever.
This is absolutely atrocious, what's being done to us. We didn't commit this crime. Our son committed the crime.
You're accessory after the fact.
In the commission of that crime, and now we're being persecuted because of a system that's being used against us. And to me, it sounds almost like communism.
It's almost like communism, he said. Homeboy, you literally helped your son fucking dispose of evidence. That's accessory after the fact.
Spent about an hour and a half with Mr. Chance, all right? He's fine.
If I had to label Barbara, she looked like someone who's just an absolute and utter shock.
The prosecutor's office has decided to charge you with perjury, and I believe an accessory after the fact.
Yeah.
I'm scared. I just don't know what to do. I want to be cooperative because I don't feel like I perjured myself, but at the same time, I don't know.
If you lie on a homicide, it's a life offense, perjury. Once she's reminded of that, that's when she stated that when Jared was at her home, he came upstairs crying and saying there was an accident.
Can you tell me what he told you?
He said there was an accident. They had been drinking and they were playing with the gun and she got shot in the face.
Who was holding the gun when it just went off?
She was.
That's what he told you.
Yeah, because before I said, did you kill her? He said, no, Mom, I would never kill anybody. I would never kill anybody. She was my friend.
Our theory was that Jared was playing around with the gun and shot Ashley.
He said she pointed a gun at herself and shot herself in the face, and he blew his mind, you know, and then he just didn't know what to do. And instead of sticking with her and calling 911 or whatever he needed to do to get her some type of first aid, he didn't do it. I mean, I'm throwing stuff in there, but he didn't do that. He panicked. He had this label on his head, you know, I'm a felon, this is gonna happen. But he couldn't think that straight, that what you did is gonna, oh God, man. Mm-hmm. To me, that's atrocious. So you asked him if he cut the body up, and he indicated to you that he did? Yeah. Did he say what he did with the parts of the body? Well, it sounded like...
His family is so dumb. They're literally just throwing... Like, they should have fucking contacted a lawyer. First and foremost. Like, these fucking idiots are just not doing themselves any favor.
He said he drove around for a while and came back and then made the bad decision to try to protect, I guess, to get rid of the evidence.
Okay.
But I didn't know the details, how much. He told me about the hands and feet, and I didn't know about other parts.
So he told you the hands and the feet? You didn't know about the head, you say?
And then he told me about the head.
Jared's father played the role of a doddering old man who couldn't remember.
We both know that woman didn't shoot herself, don't we? I don't know. I really don't know that. I'm going by what he told me. He told you more. I know he did. I know he told you more. And I know you're trying to be a dad, and you're trying to... No, it's not about being a dad, man. I will tell you what he told me if I can remember it and recall it. But your memory's good, because you remember that officer having white hair and a uniform shirt. Your memory's... Tell me everything. He said that and I'm gathering that they were fucking around with this damn gun. And, you know, and he pointed, he said she took the gun and pointed at herself and it went off. Okay, let me stop you. You just said he pointed, and then you stopped yourself. No, I said that. You did. You said he. I meant she. I know, but you're making these slips. And he pointed, he said...
He tried to make excuses as to why he misspoke, but it was very obvious that he had used the word he instead of she.
See, this is all interrogation stuff, and I'd like to make a statement to the fact that we're all victims here. I'm a victim of this too, and I'm offended that I've been charged with a felony because of the way the system is set up.
That anger that was on display at Grand Rapids Police Department on Sunday morning. Jared's father is yelling at the police officers, saying, "You're making a huge mistake here." Calculated to show Jared, here he is, he hasn't done anything wrong.
We now know in hindsight that at that exact moment when he's yelling at that officer, that Ashley Young's arms and limbs are parked outside the police station in the car.
Yeah, that's wild, bro. That's fucking crazy.
Once they left the police department that day, according to Ms. Chance, they took the items from the back of the Honda, which she claims not to know what they were because she didn't want to know what they were, back to Jared's house.
You don't say smell.
I thought it was a smell.
Bad smell?
I thought it was the mop.
You're in the medical field.
Let's go!
Did it smell like...
Huge! Yo! Let's go! Let's go! Fuck yeah. Yeah! Yo, thank you, Cujo. Let's go. Yo, let's go. Oh. Dude, I got the... Oh, dude. Oh, dude, let's go. I can finally high alc all 13 of these fucking things. Move those over there. Let's go, dude. I was not expecting that. I'm not gonna lie. I was not expecting that in the slightest. What KC was at? 49! 49! 49 KC, dude. I've always had such good luck at this KBD, man. I've always had such good luck at KBD, dude. 600 main, on my main 600 I got pet, and then like I got 4 fucking 4 dragon pickaxes before that, and like 20 fucking heads. Like, oh my god. For TOA, yeah, exactly. I was told to get that axe and 85 mining, yeah. Well, they nerfed it. You don't need 85 mining for it anymore in TOA. One-shot it. You don't need 85 anymore to one-shot it. But it definitely helps to have a higher mining level. I think you need like 76 or something like that now. But they recently like nerfed TOA. Like they nerfed all the shit in there, so it's easier to do. But like, dude, fuck yeah, man. Oh, dude, I'm hyped. That's sick.
Like possibly... remnants of a body? I mean, is that... I mean...
Kind of like, I don't know, like blood or like stinky. With that mop in there, it smells stinky.
It was a family affair. His mom, his dad all played a role in the cover-up of this terrible crime.
You've never done any raids yet? Oh shit, you'll love raids. Once you get into the raids, man, you're gonna love them. They're fun. Raids are super fun. I need to start getting some Snapdragons going. I need to start making me some super restores here.
Remembering the body of Ashley Young. Police are still searching for parts of her body.
My name's Heather Walker. I'm a reporter with Wood TV8. Whenever someone was booked for a crime, I would request a jail internet visit. Sometimes I pick up the phone and they hang up, but Jared Chance stayed on the line and he continued to talk to me. You were friends with Ashley? She seemed like a lovely girl, a bright girl.
Yeah, she was, yeah.
What went wrong? Were there drugs involved? Well, something went wrong because her body was found in pieces. I thought for a second, actually, he was going to tell us some information about where her remains were or why he did it. What did you tell your parents about this? Your dad said he turned you into the police. Did he turn you into police?
Yeah, do this. I can't do this. I'm sorry, I can't do this. I'm sorry, Ashley Brown. I apologize, I can't do this right now.
After he hangs up the phone, he sits there as if he's
Yeah, and them Snapdragons,
about
nice.
everything that he did. At least acting like he wants to give information and then stepping back saying, I know I don't want to incriminate myself.
Buddy, you're already incriminated. Like, they found the body and shit in your fucking house. Like, you can't get more incriminated.
He kept saying, I don't know what to say. I just don't know. Well, you know what? I think he didn't know what to say because his daddy wasn't there telling him what to say.
Trial for Jared Chance in the murder of dismemberment of a Kalamazoo woman got underway today. This comes after Chance passed on a plea deal yesterday that would have required him to explain what happened to 31-year-old Ashley Young.
I was furious because I didn't want to offer that.
Just got 14? Yeah, that's huge.
Anything.
That's
and
huge.
I didn't want to listen to him say crap like, oh, she did it, she committed suicide. No, that's bull.
The entire trial, every time he was in court, he was a absolute blank wall. He sat with zero emotion. It was very disturbing.
Counsel, go ahead. Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Her death is labeled a homicide, but we did not have any evidence to support first-degree murder. So we couldn't prove with evidence that it was premeditated. So then that meant that we were going to be proceeding to trial under a theory of second-degree murder.
We have 260 exhibits. We have over 20 witnesses. There's a lot of stuff in the way. There's a brown cardboard box. You get right beside that box is the pair of women's boots. And inside that box, wrapped up, are 2 arms and 2 legs. There are no hands. There are no feet.
It is horrible enough to take another individual's life, but then to cut through their flesh, cut through their spine to remove their head, to take off the
You know how easy it is to cut through someone's fucking limbs like that? It's like cutting them through fucking jelly, buddy. Especially with a sawzall like that, just like cutting through fucking jelly, bud.
legs and the ankles, to take off the feet. These are actions that no normal, sane human does.
The last witness that you'll hear from is our medical examiner. He will testify that whatever killed Ashley killed her from the neck up. There are no wounds on her torso, no wounds on her arms or her legs that would have caused her death. More than likely, blunt force trauma to the head, gunshot to the head. And at the end of this trial, I'm going to ask you folks to go back into the deliberation room, bring your common sense with you. I'm going to ask you to come back with a verdict of guilty on all counts.
Everyone wants justice for Ashley. Problem is that
Jack's butt ass naked? No, I'm not. I got fucking pants on. Come on now.
people act hasty.
I know you want to see my sexy floppy dong, dude, but chill.
He was going to be convicted of mutilation.
Chill.
Okay, but just because somebody mutilates a corpse doesn't mean that they made the person a corpse. Your job is to think critically and to make the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt.
Yeah, PhD flopper. That shit says flopping. Ba-dum, ba-dum, ba-dum.
At the end of the day,
Watch out for my splash wave.
evidence you're going to hear.
I got some good splash effect, you know?
This young's death, 0.
Counsel, you ready with your first witness?
Yes, Your Honor, I am. First witness is Christine Young.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Christine is one of the strongest people that I've ever met. Forced to sit in a courtroom on multiple occasions with the person who murdered and dismembered her daughter. I don't know of too many people who would be able to do that.
I mean, every person that's ever been in a courtroom that's had their son or daughter murdered has had to do the exact same thing.
Do you recognize the individual?
Hundreds of thousands of them.
That's where
kind of person was Ashley?
Ashley was kind. She was loving. She was infectious. Everybody wanted to be around her. She was caring. She was giving. She would go without to help somebody else.
When she took the stand, I think she came across
Fuck.
as heartbroken, but also angry.
Did you speak?
She doesn't sound very angry. She just sounds heartbroken.
Oh, yeah.
Or now she sounds angry. Fair enough.
I left a voicemail.
Come on.
Jared, my name is Christine.
Come on.
I'm looking for my daughter. She was last with you.
Did you recognize the voice in this?
Yes, it is mine.
Come on. I don't want to have to use a dose. Actually, you know what? We'll just use a dose just because I got like 3,000 length of dimes in the thing.
You asked the defendant if he knew where Ashley was.
Die, motherfucker, die.
What was his response?
Die like
He
a
said she
dog.
was going to pick up her phone, and then she was going back to Kalamazoo, the city,
Kalamazoo.
because she had to work at third shift. She had to work third shift.
Did that make any sense to you?
Not
Come
at all,
on, motherfucker, come
because
on.
Ashley works first shift.
Buddy, where's my dose?
Conrad is Jared's brother. He's with mom and dad when they pick Jared up and they move a bunch of stuff to Holland, and he's with Jared and mom and dad when they come back to Grand Rapids to help him unload. He was very reluctant, as you can imagine, to say anything about his brother, but he told the jury of an incident that had occurred just days prior to Ashley being murdered. That night, when your brother and Ashley came home, the two of you were smoking weeds, did your brother take the gun out?
Yeah.
And Ashley's with you when the gun comes out?
Oh, yeah.
What did your brother do with the gun?
He pointed it at me and.
You're making a motion like you're pulling a trigger.
Yeah. Yeah.
So he pointed the gun at you and he pulled the trigger. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Did you see him check that gun to see if it was loaded before he pointed it at you?
No.
Made no effort to check if the gun was loaded, made no effort to check to see if the safety was engaged. He just picked this gun up and started clicking the trigger while pointing it at Conrad. What was Ashley's reaction to this?
She said, "You're never supposed to do that."
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, sir.
Without Mario Nelson, I don't think that we would have ever found out what happened. Jared would have gotten away with this.
If it wasn't for those meddling kids.
Not only did Mario discover Ashley, but Mario was able to also give us some pretty critical evidence. Do you remember a conversation you had with the defendants that involved him talking about killing someone?
Yeah.
A couple weeks prior, he had seen Jared with a .22 revolver, and that Jared was telling him that he could get away with a murder.
He told me his dad used to be in the Irish mob, that he knows if he ever got into a situation that he knows how to clean up blood and things like that.
While you're watching the defendant handle this gun, how did you feel?
Uncomfortable to say the least. You know, it just made me nervous because I know what a gun is capable of, you know what I'm saying? And I know him, but I don't know what he's capable of.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is not an easy task that we have asked of you. Ashley Young died of homicide by unspecified means. I do not have to prove
165 dags.
I don't have to prove that he shot her. I don't have to prove
Hero, what's up, big dog? I gotta go take a leak real quick, brother. I'll be right back. We just got a dragon pickaxe. He's got the dragon picky. The dragon picker. So I gotta go kill some dags in the fucking lighthouse, eh? Well, let's go do that real quick. Go get a range level, probably.
With a baseball bat or a hammer, what I have to prove is that he caused her death.
I stood before the jury holding this sawzall and I said, look at the person to your right and imagine that they suddenly die. If you had nothing to do with their death, would you take this and saw their head off? Would you take this and saw their arms off, and their legs, and their hands, and their feet? And then would you proceed to get rid of all of this evidence if you had nothing at all to do with her death? And nobody would.
As a professional lawyer looking at another professional trial lawyer, like, that was an awesome move. I didn't know he had it in him.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you find him guilty, that's what the evidence shows.
Mr. Rosenhouse.
Thank you, Your Honor. This is a tough case. I mean, we sat through heaps of evidence that really quote Macbeth.
In other words, that lawyer there is just saying, fuck, you got me. You'll be able to gem crab until 99 strength? Damn, bro. I can do gem crab for a little bit, but, like, fuck, I don't think I'd be able to sit there until 99. I like doing Slayer and just spreading out my XP around, you know?
Sound and fury signifying nothing.
The big problem the prosecution had was that they never recovered Ashley's head, her hands, or her feet. They couldn't tell us whether or not it was a suicide or a homicide. There was no evidence of an argument breaking out. There's video of those two together.
You love AFK? Yeah, I feel that.
There was a lot of things presented, but the one question...
I'm an AFKer at heart, too.
Jared Chance actually caused Ashley's death.
The jury has just begun their deliberations in the Jared Chance trial. He is the man accused of killing and dismembering a Kalamazoo woman last year.
They came back, I think it was a couple hours, but they took their time, they reviewed the evidence, and they did their due diligence.
Counsel, you want to stand with your client, please? We, the jury, in the above title cause, all 12 jurors being in agreement, find upon our oaths that the defendant, James Chance, is, under count 1,
Guilty.
Guilty of second-degree murder. Under count 2, guilty of tampering with evidence. Guilty of mutilation of a dead body. Guilty of the concealing of the death of an individual. He will be remanded without...
So if someone were to die, you have to tell somebody. You can't conceal it? That's crazy work, bro. That's fucked. I never knew that. You can get charged if someone dies and you just don't do anything. That's fucked. That shouldn't be the case. Like, if your parents die or whatever, you shouldn't have to report it. That's fucked. Like, but I can understand that you should be getting charged for it.
Sentencing in this matter.
Might be fucked up, but like, that's a little crazy in my opinion.
Before we get into the sentencing,
Christine's where
the sentence of this court with regards to the second-degree murder, that you be committed to the Michigan Department of Corrections to serve a minimum of 100 years to a maximum of 200 years. I am purposely doing this so that you will not be eligible for parole until you are at least 130 years old.
Woo!
This is concluded. Take him to prison, please.
The mother ended up pleading guilty. Dad went to trial. A jury was hung on one count of perjury, and he was found guilty as being an accessory after the fact.
45 days, wait. 45 days in jail, 1 year probation. 30 days in jail, 1 year probation. So that mom should have just gone to fucking court, and she could have got 15 days reduced off of her sentence. That's crazy.
I feel like our friendship is special, and I feel like we're really getting to know each other. And I just feel super comfortable with you.
Oh, yo, Cujo, bro. That's so true, bro. Cujo, yo, 100%, brother. No, you're actually 100% right. No, bro. You're actually 100 fucking percent right. I didn't even think of that, dude. That's fucking spot on. No, dude, that's a very spot on analysis of the situation. Nah, dude, you're 100% right. 100% right. I didn't even think of that, dude. Didn't even think of that. That's a good comm right there. That's actually a really good comm. I never even thought of that. And you know how frequent that happens too, which is fucked up? That shit happens all the time. That shit happens all the time. That's actually good comms right there, dude. Actually really good comms. Damn. Didn't even think of that. Nah, for real though. That's crazy.
Ashley was such an amazing person. She was a friend. She was my daughter. She was a friend. My bond with Ashley
Redeem Tug? Yes, sir.
will never be broken. Never.
About the dab? What?
Jupiter, Florida is a perfect place for families. And Gretchen Anthony had no reason to believe that she was at risk.
There was no answer when they knocked at the door. There's an individual who enters Gretchen's patio.
I gotta be on the vigilant here for some seed drops. Garrett seed? Belladonna? Oop, I paused this. That's my bad.
This person attempts to hide behind the door.
Code flags?
You can also hear her tell Alexa to call 911.
I watch a lot of criminal shows, so this is like spooky.
I don't know, yeah.
I watch like a lot of criminal shows, so it's kind of spooky. Dwarf weed? Dwarfer. Flags. Iron spear, mithril spear, bronze spear, water brims. Take those. $600k strength today, dude. That's nerd level shit. Let's go, baby. I love to hear it. Love to hear it. Keep it up. Keep it up. Love to hear it, baby. Keep it up the good work. Doing God's work out here, man. Cause this is God's country. Where's my... Nice little ear seat over here. Dude, low-key, give me a Snapdragon seed, you know? One of you fuckers give me a Snapdragon here, and I will be a happy camper. Avanto. We're about to get a ranged level. Advanced potato cacti. Pro box, medium. Take that. Is Slayer with a cannon a lot easier? Oh yeah, dude, for sure. I just got this task. It was 166, and I'm already down to 100. So, I mean, it's infinitely easier. Infinitely easier, my friend. Where, oh, where can I use something to scoop up a glob of oil? Toad flax, take those. $70 more? Where is something that I can use? You know what? Let's go like that. Brimstone key. Choink. Don't mind if I do. I'll
this
put-
woman screamed, like, just screaming, like she was being attacked.
Police thought that if they could find that truck, they could find either Gretchen or the person who did this to her.
There's a warrant for your arrest, and I'm going to explain that when we get back to the, excuse me, homicide.
I'm scared. I miss my mom. I need to know where my mom is. Please shoot me right thing and tell me where my mom is.
We knew she was out there. We didn't know where she was.
Alrighty.
Technology upgrade. Record what they do.
Yeah, just like imagine having to kill all these guys with your own hand though. Like this task you could also do as like the Death Knot Kings, right? But
That video is the best evidence.
Police permanently recorded. This is Amanda. Hi, yes. My name is Sarah Carey, and is this the Jupiter Police Department? It is. Okay. I know this is all going to sound very crazy, but my sister lives in Jupiter. What's her name? Her name is Gretchen Anthony. She just texted us on Tuesday morning saying that she wasn't feeling well, but she went to the ER because she felt like she might have the coronavirus. And then she said that she was kind of put on this off-site facility to be treated. A lot of the story doesn't make sense.
Back when this took place, there was a lot of uncertainty because you're in the midst of a global pandemic.
COVID-19 cases surging.
yeah, yes, the pandemic.
Want to ramp up restrictions.
The good old pandemic.
And loss of life. You have everyone masking up, you have people barricading themselves more or less inside their homes. It certainly wasn't a stretch, to assume that someone developed the disease or who contracted COVID to kind of take things into their own hands and admit themselves to the hospital.
Hold on. Sarah, you're connected with Sergeant Cunahan. Okay, thank you.
Hi, how can I help you?
Well, my sister, what do we do? How do we find her?
I'm actually heading to the house right now to see if anybody...
Roll box medium, we'll take that.
When families are worried about their loved one, they haven't heard from them for a while, or if there's some erratic behavior, they'll ask police to just check on them, and that's called a welfare check.
We were trying to find out if she was here, if she left a note, or whether there was some other circumstances.
There was no answer.
20 left.
They didn't have enough evidence to break in because...
Well, we're gonna do these medium clues after this, gentlemen. I'll tell you that right now.
Not an emergency situation.
Yeah, I went to the house. We checked just to make sure she wasn't inside. She wasn't. What we're gonna do is we're gonna enter her as a missing adult. That way, if any law enforcement comes into contact with her or anybody else, she'll come back flagged as a missing person.
I'm trying to hope for the best that maybe she just went on a vacation and checked, just, I don't know, but it seems a little...
Did you get the fire cape? Like 6-7 attempts?
I don't mean to waste your time with this, but I'm so...
Not long.
No, you're not wasting our time at all. I mean, it is odd.
It's pretty easy to do, honestly. It's pretty brain dead.
COVID.
You just need to be able to manage resources.
Does she actually have COVID? No.
I could have literally did it the first time if I had prayer pots. I just didn't have any prayer pots fighting Jed.
To locate her.
Jupiter, Florida is a perfect place for families. It is peaceful, and Gretchen Anthony was raising her daughter there and had no reason to believe that she was at risk. She was beloved by so many. She was an outgoing person who believed in people.
She had this uncanny and remarkable ability to...
Yeah, I used that Lotto set.
An excellent and compassionate listener who was passionate about being in the service of others. You have this beautiful, universal...
Let's go, baby!
...young single mother who disappeared in the middle of it all, seemingly out of nowhere.
What did raise red flags was she used abbreviations she doesn't normally use.
The text message came across as the testing
What?
facility is going to get the kits at 10 a, like 10 a.m. Gretchen doesn't talk like that. Like she would say 10 a.m. or 10 o'clock.
The message has escalated further into a trip to the Jupiter Medical Center.
When her parents and her sister had called the Jupiter Medical Center, they had told the family that they didn't have Gretchen registered as a patient there. Her ex-husband had also gone to the Jupiter Medical Center and had driven around the parking lot.
I can tell you that her car is parked in the east side parking lot at Jupiter Medical Center.
So it is at Jupiter Medical Center?
Yes, that's what I've seen. I believe that's her car.
When did you see that?
Yesterday and today.
They were able to see on cameras at the hospital that her vehicle was driven there, and there was an individual who appeared to be a male exiting the driver's seat of that car and walking away.
We knew that she wasn't there. And they had also found her purse on the floorboard of the car, which was extremely unusual for behavior for her.
So, task number 10 and received 90 points.
Several times.
Nice.
Okay, and she never
Her mother
answered?
No, her mother's tried reaching her. Her sister's tried reaching her, and I've tried reaching her, and I believe my daughter has as well, and she has not been answering.
Gretchen Anthony, the love of her life was her daughter. If Gretchen actually believed she was sick and she had COVID, there is no way in a million years that Gretchen would not have reached out to her daughter.
The text messages that said that she was being placed on a ventilator and that she was having her cell phone taken away.
I think it was pretty clear to people on the receiving end of these text messages that it
79
surely
agility.
couldn't have been Gretchen communicating with a tube down her throat in an unconscious state.
The text message saying that she's at a CDC facility in Belgrade, Florida. There is not a CDC facility in Belgrade.
Dun dun dun.
Law enforcement officers reach out to Gretchen's mom and ask if she would give them permission to go inside of the residence.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we get a fucking Griffin task for the culture? Can we get a Griffin task right here for the culture? Can we get a Griffin task for the culture? Griffin task for the culture. Yeah. Woo! Let's fucking go! Yo! Ask and you shall receive, baby. Hell yeah. Fuck yeah, baby. Griffin task for the culture, son.
Which her mother agreed.
Investigators found
That's what I'm talking about.
At the top of her second-story landing.
Yo, let's go, Cujo. Let's go, Paul. We gotta go get the boys. We get to go fight the new boss. Yes, that's hype. I don't know about you guys, but I'm fucking stoked. That's sick. Oop. What I'm gonna do here real quick though is I'm going to do these I'm gonna do these 2 medium clues. Dude, that's fucking hype. It's fucking hype. I'm hyped. Can't wait to see. Yeah, same, dude. I don't know anything about the new boss, so I'm gonna have to probably watch a video on it, to be honest with you.
The area was found was a rag with a blood-like substance on it.
When they went inside to the garage, they can smell a very strong odor of bleach. And you can see on the floor, there were bleach stains. It was very apparent that
The destination is unlocked by reaching hero. Oh, for
the
fuck's
cadaver
sakes.
dog positively hit on the garage floor.
Gretchen's home was equipped with video surveillance cameras.
The problem, though, is that some of the cameras were missing from the garage.
That led us to believe that whoever this person was also aware of these cameras. And it appeared as though they were taking the cameras in hopes of getting rid of potential evidence.
You don't
At
say.
this point, we're thinking that something horrible has happened to Gretchen.
And I don't know how to put into words, but I know she's in very grave danger right now. I'm one of the last people she spoke to, and I think she needs help.
In this business, we try not to have false hope, because the longer that people did not hear from Gretchen, the more worried people got and the less likely that Gretchen would be found alive.
Her friends and family believed that the person that needed to be asked questions was David Anthony.
We had learned that he was her personal trainer, and they fell in love and got married. After about 5 years into their
Never mix
marriage,
business and pleasure,
Gretchen
boys.
had filed for divorce.
Pro tip:
It was
never mix
contentious.
business and pleasure, gentlemen. Never ends well. The amount of times I've seen business and pleasure being mixed on this fucking site, not good. Not good.
Gretchen made clear
Not
that this relationship, A, wasn't sustainable, and B, had to end.
Not good.
David's life up to this point, it was kind of just a string of failure, frankly. And shortcoming.
The goal for me is to get to raids right now. I want to get to raids and just mollywop some motherfucking high tier items out of the game, and then go PVMing and shit like that. That's what I like about this game is PVM, you know? That's my goal, brother.
And mishap after mishap after mishap. It was clear that he was unraveling and descending into a really dark place.
He had been arrested for attacking police officers.
We had found that out within the first couple of days of investigating Gretchen as a missing person. According to his family, they thought he was bipolar, he suffered from manic depressive, and he was paranoid.
But when I get there, we should run some TOA.
Detectives go
I
to
mean, I'm pretty close.
last
I literally need like 2 or 3 items, and then I'm there, brother. I want to get this new stab weapon from the Griffin boss, Bell's Folly or whatever, and I want to get like an imbued god cape. And I'm trying to think if there's something else that I'll need. I think that might be it, honestly. Bell's Folly for sure, and like an imbued god cape, and then I'm chilling. Yeah, I mean, fuck, dude, I'm pretty garbage myself. I'm pretty garbage myself. Let's see here. My good old TOA setup. Ugh. How I miss the... my Virtus top robes. You might go out for a night. You're a fucking psychopath, dude. You're a legitimate psychopath. Doing shit like that.
With his mother's house.
Hello. Hi, Jupiter Police. Sorry to bother you. Yeah. Is David home?
No.
Okay. Are you his mother? Okay. All right. We're just trying to get in touch with him. It's involving his wife. I think they're separated, Gretchen.
Right.
Okay. Have you heard from David recently?
No.
Is he staying here?
No. I say that because Gretchen's been in touch with me because she's in the CDC center. She has the virus.
Okay. What CDC center is she at?
I don't know. She texted me this morning and said she was in there. Why? What's going on? I mean, I'm not hiding anything.
Nobody's saying you are, man.
I know. It's
We're just trying
scary.
to. Their family's concerned, so we're just trying to track her down.
And I'm trying to help you, and I feel bad.
David was.
Dude, no doubt I can understand where the fuck this guy got, like, his fucking narcissism from.
Who came to
You know, I'm trying to help you.
these
I
sort
feel
of
bad without an ounce of remorse in her voice.
Figures, namely Kobe Bryant.
Breaking news this Sunday afternoon. Kobe Bryant
is now dead. Killed in a helicopter crash in Los Angeles.
When Kobe Bryant died, this really, in David's mind at least, marked the beginning of the end. And for whatever reason, Costa Rica was his mecca.
So he was going to Costa Rica because all this virus stuff, because I can't even go, but I was concerned, and
was he planning on going with Gretchen to Costa Rica? Or was he going alone?
As far as I know, alone. I don't know. Why, what's going on? You're scaring me.
Well, I don't know.
I watch a lot of criminal shows, so this is like spooky.
I don't know, yeah. When you hear from David or Gretchen, again, please let us know.
David's hitting the road in his truck, and his only companion at this point is his dog. What's the dog's name? Kobe.
We went out and we were doing a neighborhood canvass. One of the officers were approached by a neighbor that lives directly across from Gretchen.
So when we were over here about to go into the residence, you came up to us and said, hey, is this about someone who was attacked? So explain that to me, or elaborate. What prompted you to come over and say that to us?
Well, because on Saturday morning, I heard, I was asleep upstairs in my room, and I heard
99 mining and free to play. Are you just gonna powerhouse fucking iron? Are you gonna power mine iron? Or like, what are you gonna do for that?
like just screaming like she was being attacked, but she wasn't saying help. She wasn't saying anything like that, and I thought maybe it's kids in the neighborhood or something. My windows were open. I can't really tell where it's coming from, but it really sounded like it was coming from that alley right behind my house.
Of course, that was very alarming, but also provided some type of insight of what could have potentially happened.
Boys, can we get some ranger boots here? Holy fuck. What? Oh, my game just closed.
At Gretchen's home, and that Gretchen may have been harmed or in danger.
And then saw a truck backed in that I didn't recognize. It was backed in a couple doors down. We took pictures of the truck just in case. The truck was running. There wasn't anybody in it. The truck was running.
She provided these photos to us. It was a black colored truck. It was a Nissan.
And then later in the morning, I saw the same truck parked on Mallory outside my neighbor's house.
Was when the truck was parked over on West Mallory, was there anybody in it? Was it running?
No.
Okay. Did you ever see anybody outside during any of this on Saturday morning? Okay. And can you raise your right hand for me? Do you swear what you told me today is the truth?
Absolutely, as best I can remember.
All right.
Was it someone that Gretchen didn't know that came to her residence? Was it someone she knew? What actually happened to Gretchen?
Dude, I wonder if you could get away with, like, swearing on God and be like, motherfucker, I don't even believe in God. Like, fuck your God. Start saying something like that to him. Put your, like, do you swear to God? Like, motherfucker, I don't even believe in God. Fuck God.
Police thought that if they could find that truck, they could find either Gretchen or the person who did this to her.
We were able to take that photo. We were able to conduct a computer check on that license plate.
The tag on that truck came back being registered to David Anthony.
So we had issued a national BOLO, be on the lookout for his vehicle. It was flagged as a felony vehicle. We were also getting up on their cell phones and trying to ping the cell phone location as to where they were located.
What police found was that David Anthony's cell phone was pinging right next to Gretchen Anthony's cell phone.
When we tried to ping Gretchen's phone, we were able to see that it was hitting in the Pensacola area. He had stopped at a pawn shop and sold a lot of Gretchen's jewelry, some of her jewelry that had belonged to her grandmother. Then after leaving Pensacola, we know he went to Texas, Pecos, Texas, where we had gotten a ping from her cell phone.
And on the way, they would obtain images from cameras that showed David Anthony and sometimes showed David Anthony's dog, but no sign of Gretchen Anthony.
Is Gretchen with David Anthony?
Run, Forrest.
Has he left Gretchen somewhere?
After Pecos, Texas, he moved to Las Cruces,
Come on.
Mexico, where the
Nothing.
cell phones were pinging again.
Which is just a few miles from the Mexico border. And so it was likely he was going to take his pickup truck, his dog, and the cash south of the border.
Stop him at the border. Mind blown. Call him down at the border and be like, hey, you see this motherfucker? Don't let him through.
8 officers to block on Main.
We had asked Las Cruces to be on the lookout for his vehicle. They conducted a felony traffic stop on it.
Hands up the vehicle. He rolled
That
up the
cheat?
window. Hands up so I can see him.
Atta boy.
Keep him up for me, please.
Gretchen was not in David's truck. He was only present with his dog that he was traveling with.
Haji.
Who else is in the car with you? Turn around. Keep your hands up, please. Take a step back.
He exited the vehicle. They took him into custody.
Mr. Anthony, right now you're being detained for an investigation that's going on in Florida, okay? That's all I know. That's all I can tell you. You're not going to leave here until you talk to some detectives that are on their way. Any questions? Okay. Do you want the window down or what in Florida? I have no idea, man.
David Anthony had hid a bunch of things below the tarp in his pickup truck.
They located cameras that were consistent with the cameras at Gretchen's residence, as well as Gretchen.
Why fucking... Dude, this guy traveled halfway across the United States. This dumb cocksucker could have threw shit out anywhere. Anywhere, bro. Anywhere along there, and they never would have retrieved any of this evidence. Is he fucking stupid? Like, holy fuck, man. I mean, to kill somebody in the first place, you gotta be pretty fucking stupid, so, I mean, that answers that. But, you know what I'm saying? Like, come on. Okay, we gotta go kill some griffins. We got a new griffin bows. New griffin bows. Oop. Let's see here. Shellabane, I think that's what she's called. A 1 in 1/4. Damn. 1 in 440. Okay. Use charge the horn. Rune skimmies. Sea turrets. Some melons. They only drop one fucking watermelon? Like, what? One sweet corn? What? One watermelon seed, one snap. That should be 1 to 3 at least. It should be a 1 to 3 roll at least for a one in for a 1 in what? Dude, what? The fucking drops for this boss are dog shit, man. What the fuck? Gold? It looks pretty cool. Yeah, that guy looks pretty sick. I wouldn't mind getting that as a pet. That looks fucking gas. Oh, I didn't mean to close that. God damn it. Shell, yeah, Shellbane. Alright. Area load of strength for 2. God blessing, Pharaoh's gloves. Climbing boots, it's gonna be. Steel ring, berserk ring, okay. Well, let's go like this. I got 1 sapphire. Yeah, you get better. Just yeah, exactly, dude. Like, what the fuck? Doesn't even make sense. Doesn't even make sense. What's the inventory looking like for this guy here? We need to reach 45 kilograms. Weight 23 kilograms. Ooh. Ooh. 6. Weight 02. These way more. Ooh. Most of these foods weigh points. How much do I weigh? 39. I need 5 kg. I need 5 kg. We'll take this. 4 kg. Do I just put something in my inventory that just weighs a shit ton? Like, I think that's what I gotta do, is just put something in my inventory that weighs a fuck. Weight. Oh, we'll just take that. Boom. There we go. There we go. Ease. Well, what we'll actually do here is we'll take that like this, bang, 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 and then we'll go bang, and then we'll go bang, bang. We'll eat that, eat that. Spin orange projectile at the player, which can be avoided moving 1 tile. If not dodged, the player will start corroding. But unequipping all equipped items. Whirlwind. Okay, cool. I think we're ready to go. Great conch. Let's see here. CJQ. Well, gentlemen, wish me luck. This will be my first time attempting the new boss, which will be pretty cool. Can we get Bell's Folly first, KC? Can we get it first, KC, gentlemen? First KC pet? Question mark? First KC pet? Eh? Eh? First KC pet? Oh shit! You know what, boys? I forgot something. I gotta go get my fucking turtle shell. I gotta go get my turtle shell. I forgot. I can't fight this fight without the turtle. Turtle. I'm glad I realized that beforehand there. I got mollywopped real quick. I gotta go get my turtle shell. God damn. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle. Dude, that actually makes me want to watch the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles cartoon. Oh, from the early 2000s. Fucking fire. Fucking fire, man. Shit. Anything decent to watch here? Let's see. Okay, let's see here. I'm going to go like this. I'm gonna 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 go like this. GIM Tokes. I'm gonna put on a movie or something. Watch that while I'm killing this boss, because this boss seems pretty easy. Five, six. 3, 4, 5. 1 piece, 2 piece, 3 piece. Damn. No Simpsons for me. We've got breaking news. My motherfucker. Dude, I don't. Where we at here? Some. The Simpsons. Yo, you know what? I haven't watched this movie since I was a little kid. Holy shit, the Simpsons movie? Let's go, dude. There we go. Excellent. Okay, I'm sniffing a pet. Or Bell's Folly. Sniffing a pet or Bell's Folly here, baby. I don't know what I'm supposed to be praying against, melee or discern. Okay. Okay. $400 HP on this goober. Why is he pushing me back? Or is it only the weight of my character, like, that I'm wearing? It might be it. Might only be the weight of the character, like, on my weight of the stuff on my character. Alrighty. I think it's gotta be the weight on my character, eh? Fuck. Says I weigh 55 kgs though. It's my equips. So you're telling me? Not the inventory? Okay. Interesting. Raise Jeebus. So what I might just do is go swap out for some. Okay. Onion seeds, yeah, baby. That's what I needed. Yeah. I see that. I'm going to, after I just, like, finish this trip here, I'm gonna go just wear some Gothics or whatever. It'll be fucking heavy enough. Gothans, sorry. At least this boss is mad easy. Oh my god. $400 as well. You have 400 XP as well. That's crazy. A certain someone had a senior moment. Oh. Hit him. One time. Thank you. A Guamer. Yeah, the Dragon Picker, brother. I can't believe I got that. That was nuts. That was totally unexpected. Yeah, go back. Let me some woodcutting. Some AFK woodcutting's like the life. Adamant cannonballs. Yo, you just got back into RuneScape after 15 years? Yo, that's what's up, Spikes? Good shit, man. Good shit. Like 2 months ago, you sucked in? Yeah, dude, this game's so addicting, it's crazy. Yeah, I'm doing... I want to grind out this new boss so I can get some raids, you know? I want to get to the raids. Come on, Daryl. Come on, Daryl. Come on, baby, come on. How much time on this account? I've got, what? 60 days, 14 hours. My other account, I have, like, 260 days or something. Something stupid like that, you know? Yeah, boy, I'm a fucking geek. I'm a nerd skis. I'm running up that hill. Keep running, son. Keep running. Right now, I'm watching the Simpsons movie. I like men now. Those zombies say? Not today. Negative. Might start up a game of zombies this weekend, you know? Try and get a game of either your Call of the Dead first stream or some 5 going. I'm not sure which one yet. I'm thinking Call of the Dead, maybe, honestly. You love COD Zombies? Yeah, dude, I used to have a bunch of world records and shit for, like, Black Ops 1 and World at War and shit like that. Yeah, that shit was gas, dude. That fucking... That was fire. This is my wallpaper now. Woo! You know how boys are, always praying through the knees. That's hilarious. Dude, when I was a little kid, I never understood, like, all this shit with The Simpsons. Like, The Simpsons movie's hilarious. Oh, come on, the Clogger. Adam and Cannonballs back to back to back to back. Come on, baby. I'm sniffing a drop. I'm sniffing a drop. We're gonna drop this task, gentlemen. The main Vita. This boss is so easy to kill. It's insane. And it actually gives, like, decent fucking XP. I've got faith. Some good old sweet corn. So I gotta wear some armor that's... Oh, actually, I was super into Minecraft. Have you ever played that and made a sick world? Bro, I played Minecraft when it first came out, and, like, getting diamond was, like, finishing the game. You know what I mean? I haven't played it since, though. Yeah, like 14 years, something like that, since I was in, like, elementary school, really. Probably, like, 14 years, something like that, yeah. Can we kill him? Ooh, I don't think we're killing him here. Come on, baby. We can kill him. We can fucking kill him. We can do it. We can do it. We can do it. Ooh. Bang! Okay. 39 kilograms. What can I put on that weighs more though? Like boots, basically. $44? Fuck off, dude. There's no way, dude. $42. I need 3. Like, what can I... Boots of stone. Let's see here. Spark this little doobie back up, eh? Shark lures. Take those. Take me some shark loos. Sick! I'm not paying attention, fuck. RuneScape. Here, I'll pick up the watermelon. Pick up another watermelon. I don't know, dude. I feel as though like my other setup was way better, even though he's not pushing me back or whatever. Like, come on, baby, come on. Dome Depot. So if I do it this method, I just need to take more, like, pear pots, essentially. Noted. Noted. I won't even bother using pear pots on this guy anymore. I'll just use fucking moths. Take like 8 pieces of food. Did you see the news? Fuck, dude, that shit's hilarious. This show's so funny. This movie. It says I'm part of the mob. I'm sure your father would do the same for... Rune claws, sweet corn. So basically, less food. So this trip, I'm taking less food and... Less food. I'll be right back, gentlemen. I gotta go take a leak. Okay, we're gonna try this now. We're gonna try this little setup here that I got. I remember I started the corrode. I didn't even see him spit. What? Like, what? Oh, that's crazy. I didn't even see the guy spit. How come he just pushed me back? Why did he just push me back? It doesn't make sense. I'm like overweight. Come on, baby. Bell's Folly, right here. Okay. Come on, baby, come on. I don't know, I feel I still got more KC with my first setup. Like, even though I was taking more damage, I feel as though I was getting more KC with the other setup. So probably gonna swap back to that after. Die, motherfucker, die! Whoop. Some admin cannonballs, some feathers. I mean, at least I'm getting a decent amount of fishing lures doing this, you know? It'd be nice for, excuse me, fishing some sharks. Yeah, the fishing lure, the shark lures will be nice because it just makes me catch shark faster. It's so slow already. Come on, bitch. Rune. Homie said we're never going back to America. Ooh, ruined cannonballs. What the? Low key, man. Low key, 27. Yeah, way better. Just killing him quicker than... Oh, mind eating. You get way more KC like this for sure. Yeah, like 58 seconds for a kill there. Like, come on now. I'd rather get the fast KC. No, no, no. Oh, motherfucker. Womp womp. More than 2 shakes and you're playing with yourself, gentlemen. Don't forget. It's just like total RNG too, and the special attack he uses, eh? Pet? Nah. Womp womp. That's hilarious. Push back, bang, heal. It's my whipping arm. Alright, kill him here. Huge. Rune cannonballs. Sick, 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 sick. Take those, take those. There's like no countdown for this boss. Merkham. Dead ski. Oh, dude, this is fucking hilarious. They need to make that like little corrosion attack a little bit more visible, bro. I have such a hard time seeing that shit. You know what would go hard in here? A light bearer. A light bearer would go so hard in here with the specs. Oh my god. Come on. Merc this fucking fool. Merc him. Hit a fat 39. Hit a fat 30. Hit a fat 25. Oh, he's 2 HP. Come on. That's not cool. There we go. Yeah, this is definitely the setup I want to be using here for sure. Like, he might hit me for 30 or whatever. But quite honestly, like, I got way more KC doing this. Way more DPS. Fat 50. Ooh! Big old 50. Big old 38. Ooh! Just murking this fucking fool. Well, I know how I do it. 4 generations of inbreeding. That's crazy. I was beating tic-tac-toe by chicken. Dead ski. Will Buddha be there too? No. Come on, new pet. Pressure. This'll be risky. Fuck, boys. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to kill him here. He said, I'll let you hold the bomb. Come on. Come on. Come on. Set him down. Easy peasy. Let's go, baby. Some lures. Nice. It was worth. Easy, easy, baby. Oh, dude, this show's fucking great. Homie's hitting the bong. You need some herb, do you, Mr. Jekyll? I'm a wiener. What a great little accident you turned out to be. This show's crazy. Oh. Dude, this show's fucking crazy, man. I can't. Alright, that's that. Ugh. Top 10 shows today. Welcome to Derry. Anybody watch that? Breaking Bad still in the top 10. That's crazy. South Park. Top rated. Let's view all. Yeah, it's fire. What's it about, Sean? Cobra Kai. Means never die. Invincible. Oof, banger. Death Note. Oh, shit. How the kids found him? Fair. If I don't know anything about it, will I still understand what's going on or not really? I don't know anything about that, like, it series, movies, and shit. Bro, SpongeBob, holy shit. 17 seasons of SpongeBob? That's crazy work. Boba Fett, Shah Young, Dahmer. It's storyline from the movies. Try, fuck, never mind then. You ever watch this show, Mindhunter? That show is crazy. Super good. The Wire? Oh, that's a good one too. Clone Wars. Ooh, fuck, man. My arms are just getting Pokemon. Man, my arms are just getting twisted here. So many good ones. Mm-mm-mm. Pokemon the movie. Bro, I had so many Pokemon movies now. Holy shit. Back in my day, there was 3 of them. Back in the first movie, yo, the banger. The banger, the movie 3. What's the one with Celebi? I want to watch that one. The Arceus 2000. Alright, we'll watch them in order. Fuck it. Whoa. Okay, that's not what I was anticipating. Come on. Come on. Yeah. Yo. Pokemon Forever with Celebi. Alright. We're working our way up to that one. We'll watch them in order. Oh, don't be doing this. Main server, we'll go to server 1. Total views, only 199 views. What the fuck? That's crazy work. Voice of the Forest. The first one's the best one, though. No arguing that, eh? No arguing with that. First one's definitely the GOAT. Can this shit please work? Hello? Yeah, it is, for sure. Bro, there's no way. Pikachu's winter vacation. That's gas. Okay, dude, stop trying to get me to watch fucking Stranger Things, dude. I don't care. Don't care about no Stranger Things, dude. Swear to God. There we go. Massive. Yo, let's go, baby. Dude, I remember watching this as a kid, man. Fuck. Those were the days. Worry-free. The beast of the sea. RuneScape. Okay, what I'm gonna do, gentlemen, is I'm gonna put my thing down here. I'm gonna put this over here. The Orange Islands. Shamute. And the fire Pokemon monsters. Good. He's like, which one's nearest? And all three islands are literally right beside each other. Bro, I haven't watched these since I was like 10 years, 13 years old or some shit. Like, oh my god. This is wild. What a throwback. Oh no, my fucking video frame. Diamond cannonballs, take the feathers, claws, take the feathers. He's dead. Pillar Fang. What is that? Pillar Frag. We just got a drop, boys. I think it's like a 1 in 500 drop or something. Sparkler, feathers. Come on, dude. Grammy Lantidime, we need that. Fuck. Cheers, Mr. Duck. We're trying to get a little griffin pet here. Or like the weapon. We grinding. This is the new boss. How you been doing though, Mr. Duck? Oh, you know, just chilling, fucking watching some movies on my home theater. Watermelon, fuck, man. I'm watching Zootopia right now. Zootopia 2, actually. That random ass onion seed? Yeah, the one onion seed? Like, get the fuck out of here. The one onion seed? Like, come on. The loot from this guy is pretty bad, though. I can't lie. It's pretty bad. I'm getting a shit ton of fucking XP, though. The one fucking onion seed drop, buddy. Can't even make that shit up. Oh, this is gonna be a PB right here. This is gonna be a PB. Come on. Come on, hit him hard. Yeah, right there. That's a PB right there. That's a PB right there. I was 49. Oh, it wasn't a PB? No way. I was 1 second off, dude. If he didn't blast me back right there, that's a PB for sure. That's fucking cringe. That's fucking cringe. Oh shit. Not good, not good. Ooh, I'm dead. I got TPO, 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 TPO. No! I didn't TP in time. Fuck! I'll be right back. I was risking it for the biscuit. I'll be right back, boys. I'm gonna go get something to munch on real quick. Nothing to munch, dude. Fuck. Nothing to munch on. It was just blasphemous. Let's see here. Let's see. Damn, son. Time is it here? It's 11 o'clock. Fuck. Bro, what the fuck am I watching? This new show is crazy. This shit's like an adult show disguised as a kid's cartoon. I swear to God. See here. Brother, I hate to burst your bubble, but fuck you. Like, what? Fuck, dude, I'm kind of tempted to just hop out and go grab something to munch real quick. Yo, gentlemen. Sean, I appreciate you for chilling, brother. God bless as always. God bless as always, man. Gentlemen, I will be right back. BRB food run. I'll take the toke when I get back, Shawnee boy. I don't want to get pulled over or nothing. So, I'll be right back. I'll be back. Cheers, Shawnee. Cheers. I'll be back. I'll be back. On second thought, gentlemen, it's actually snowing like a motherfucker outside, so I'm gonna sit here and eat these crackers. Womp womp. Never mind, boys. Never. Bro, getting set on fire has gotta be one of the most painful ways to die. Dude, this is diabolical. Look at this guy's fucking title and thumbnail. His title and thumbnail are giving people AIDS and art graders, and it's Michael Magic Johnson. And it's Magic Johnson holding a needle.
Why did she do it? Please pardon. Oh God, why did she do that?
A man is beside himself in the hallway of an apartment building where his friend was just shot. He said she took his gun into the bathroom and did it, but police then started to piece together the evidence and his story fell apart.
The blood in there was dried for quite some time. I go to a lot of these scenes,
The shocking twist and evidence that helped detectives see through these tears and find the truth. We're on the case presented by Law and Crime. I'm Chris Stewart.
Fat 53, Fat 33, big old. Oh, dude, that's dirty.
An interrogation video that shows you how detectives were able to break down a suspect's lies and get to the truth. This is newly released body camera video of when officers were called to a Minneapolis apartment building by a man who said his friend was dead.
Okay. Oh my God.
Just latched the door.
Yeah,
we latched the door.
It's gotta be so awkward standing in the elevator with that guy just sitting there weeping like that. Oh my God. These obviously fake cries.
Leads police to an apartment where he said his friend was dead in the bathroom. She had a gunshot wound to the head. Here is that victim. Her name was Alex Pennick. The man who led police to the apartment's name was Matthew Ecker, a married father of 4 who was in a 2-year relationship with the victim in this story, according to local media. As police investigated inside the apartment, he appeared to be in tears in the hallway. He's loudly weeping. He's hyperventilating. He's in shock. Officers then sit him down in the hallway and they try to get his story.
I'm gonna be totally honest with you.
Just take your time, keep breathing, and you can just when you're ready, okay? You're not in a rush.
Oh my God, why did she do it? Please pardon. Oh God, why did she do that? Oh.
Just keep breathing.
Oh,
You gotta
sorry.
keep breathing. Slowly. Don't do it too fast. You're gonna go dizzy and you're gonna pass out. Yeah, I don't want that to happen. I really don't want that to happen, okay?
I know.
Okay. You gotta breathe. Keep breathing. You gotta keep breathing. You gotta keep breathing. I know it's shocked. I know it's hard. And I'm so sorry it happened.
Why did she do it?
Were you gonna argue? Were you guys arguing or something?
No.
Did she say anything?
We're friends.
Okay.
She is a girlfriend of mine. Oh my God, I'm married. And she has been... Oh, my girlfriend was just for like 2 years. And I'm a terrible person for that. And we went to a bar.
Today?
Yep.
Okay.
It's a bar. Camp? Does that make sense? Camp bar? Yep. And her boyfriend confronted me, he punched me.
Before we get back to Ecker's story, here's surveillance video from that bar of a man and Ecker getting into a confrontation earlier that night. He says that man is Penig's boyfriend, and you see Ecker jump in front of Alex Penig, the victim, and then the man strikes him. So that part of the story actually checks out for Ecker. Here's what he told detectives.
We came back here after that, like everything was fine.
Who's we, you and her?
Her and I.
Okay.
Everybody got, he got kicked out of the bar.
Okay.
And we stayed for about an hour maybe.
Okay.
God.
And then what happened?
Ah, motherfucker!
Just take your time.
Shark liver, big bones.
Okay.
And I have a conceal and carry license.
So that was yours?
Yeah. It was my gun. In my backpack.
It was in your backpack?
Yeah.
How did she get it?
She just grabbed the backpack.
Hey, before we get back to this episode of On the Case, one of the most watched shows on YouTube, I need to talk about our partner and sponsor, Morgan & Morgan. This was
Did she make any threat before that she was going to kill herself?
She just grabbed it and put it to her head.
Were you guys arguing or something?
No, when her and her boyfriend argued, I stepped in between them and that's when he punched me and we were fine for like an hour. I don't know what happened.
Homeboy probably took the punch and he was just like, yo, I'm getting my cock sucked now. And she's like, hell no, dude. And he's just like, fuck you, blah, blah, blah.
Where her boyfriends right now?
I don't know. I don't know. I think
Did he come here too or no?
No, he
was
didn't come here.
Was it you or her?
He didn't come here. It was just me and her.
Okay.
He got kicked out of the bar. Then we stayed for like 45 minutes to an hour. And then we left and we walked and we came here and she just grabbed me and then she went into the bathroom and locked the door. And
What was your backpack?
just on the couch. Oh my God. What did she do?
I'd love to have a light bearer for this.
Can you sit up?
I can't.
That's what you last time.
Easy KUR.
What's your full name? Just take your time. I'm not like rushing you to speak. Just talk to me whenever you're ready, okay?
I bitch, I ain't never talking to you.
Yeah.
So your first name is it Matthew?
What you may notice in that story is how Matthew gives so many details about what happened at the bar, but it takes him forever to get to the point of the story, which is the reason that police officers are there. His friend with a gunshot wound to her head laying on the bathroom floor.
Just take your time.
Excuse me.
And how long have you guys drinking over there?
As long as you guys been fucking.
Okay, and then.
That's what it sounded like once you bleeped it out. Fighting the Griffin boss, pro tip, just set up against the wall, bring your best DPS damage per second and shit, and just sit up against the wall so if he blows you back, you don't even have to move.
Matthew continues to recount the bar crawl he apparently had in Minneapolis, but not what happened when the gun was fired, which he says Alex did to herself. Then another officer comes over and tries to pull the conversation to what happened inside the apartment that left Alex dead.
So I'm sorry for interjecting here, and I know you've been talking to this officer, but she locked herself in the bathroom.
Yes, she did.
How did you get into the bathroom?
I broke it. I just like slammed into the door after I heard the shot.
Okay.
I don't.
And then how long? It said that you waited a little bit to call police.
No, I looked at her. I ran back out and I couldn't find my phone. And I tried to find her.
What kind of phone is yours?
It's an Apple phone. Apple. I think 12, 11, whatever.
Okay. Do you know where it is in there?
It's maybe on the.
Is it the one with the black case?
It's a black case that says Night Eyes on the back.
Okay. And where was it?
Maybe on the.
Yeah, how he just goes from like sobbing and weeping to just like not crying or anything and completely coherent. Telltale sign he does not. He's not actually upset. And then after he finishes talking to these guys, he's gonna start weeping again. Watch.
Absolutely.
Where was she?
She was laying where she was.
Okay, so how did you move her? Like, what did you do? I know it's.
I tried to. All this thing.
Or whenever he has to sit there and make up some details, he'll start like weeping, and that way he gives himself some time to think. Actually, pretty smart.
I just with her the hole in her head. She was trying to breathe.
She was trying to breathe, and you were trying to stop the breathing or the blood. So how did you try to give first aid? I know it's.
I know. I'm an NP.
Okay.
I work in an emergency department. And I started taking a couple of just like chains that was breathing.
Yeah.
Like I understood that this was just done. She just I tried what I could.
So and I know that I just have to because I have a medical examiner.
I get it. Like I tried to do what I could.
Okay.
And then I washed my hands. And
then you wash your hands?
Correct. That's why I don't have anything.
And then you call the police?
And here we go. You just heard a major red flag there. Matthew said that he tried to help Alex on the ground, but he was able to wash the blood off his hands. And you also will notice in this video, there isn't a speck of blood on Matthew, not even his clothes. Detectives also knew that he was lying because when they went to go check the sink, that was completely dry. Now they don't.
There's
tell
no blood in the
Matthew,
sink.
though. They play it like they're with him in this.
You're dealing with a lot, and we're very sorry for that. So here's the best case right now, or the best solution is, why don't we have you come to headquarters,
You guys,
and then that way we can arrange anytime there's an incident like this, investigator may come and talk. We got to get that info, and then at least there you're not sitting in a hallway, and then we can figure out to get your stuff, get your property, do you have a vehicle here?
I do.
Okay, so then we can figure out those things to either get you somewhere to stay for the night or get you back to your vehicle. But it's not fair to have to sit in the hallway when you're trying to process all this right now. So, you okay with that then?
This was around 3:45 in the morning. We see detectives then come interview Matthew at the police station around 6 a.m. They ask Matthew to tell them what happened, and he goes into a similar story that you heard in the hallway, mostly about the bar fight.
So we went there. And again, it was fine. We walked in. I sat down on one side of the bar. She walked across, sat on the flip side of me, and her boyfriend was here and was there, like he was at the bar. and he had come up, started talking with her, things got a little bit heated, and so I, knowing what had gone on earlier, got up, walked around, and kind of stepped in between him, and he punched me. There was an altercation. I ended up falling to the floor. I think a bartender and one of the bouncers pulled him up and kicked him out of the bar, and he left, and that was the end of it. We sat for about an hour. I had a drink, and then walked home to her place. Given everything that had happened, I have a concealed carry permit, and I did have that on, not at the bar, but I had that on prior to when I got to her place initially. I had taken that off and I just put it in a backpack. I was just sitting on her couch, just to kind of seal it up that way. After all of this had happened, we went back to then her apartment, roughly 2 o'clock, 1:30, 2 o'clock. She went into my backpack, pulled out the gun, and cocked it, and held it to her head, and I started backing up towards the bathroom. And I asked her what she was doing. She said, "Don't come closer, just if you come any closer, I'll pull the trigger." And I was like, okay. And I don't know where this came from. It wasn't. I know there had been some issues with her boyfriend prior to this, but she seemed fine. You know, we were laughing on the way home. Everything was fine. And then I kind of, as she backed up towards her bathroom, I kind of followed her, and she then went in and shut the door and locked it. And I asked her what she was doing, and I heard the pop. And so, you know, I tried to get in, and my recollection here is that the door was locked.
Fuck, man, I'm trying to get this new weapon. I'm trying to acquire this new weapon. It is very elusive at the moment. Or a pet. Gotta rip a toke here. Anybody redeemed a toke? Fuck, man, I wish I had a bong bowl piece. Like, I have no bowl pieces for my bong. And I'd love to just rip a small little toke out of the bong. This guy's a bot. Gotta be. Psych. Can't buy bud on Thanksgiving. What the fuck? Why can't you buy bud on Thanksgiving? Back in my heyday selling bud, fucking in high school, dude, that'd be like the prime time would be on the holidays and shit, dude. Christmas and shit like that, when kids would be getting their fucking money from their parents. Fuck yeah, dude. We'd be eating. I'd be eating anyway. They'd be fucking smoking. There's always this. We could always go with this route. No, we're not using. We could always use the native pipe. We could always use one of the native pipes. I mean, it's always a possibility, right? I just really want to take a pong tug though. Like, fuck, is that too much to ask for? Apparently so in this world. Apparently so. So you know what we'll do instead? You know what we'll do instead, gentlemen? We're gonna lace up one of these papers with a lot of oil. And we're just gonna smoke an oiler doob. Take a few puffs or something. Yeah, I know. I got clothes all over the ground, boys. I know. I gotta clean up my room. I know. Slacking. You don't gotta tell me. I know. We got the paper oiled up. The paper is oiled up. The weed is being ground. The doobie will be rolled. Roll this Dubai real quick. Here we go. Redeem Toke, killing Sarachnis. Killing Sarachnis for us. Some fucking red spider eggs. Some spooder eggs, man. Or you want the bludgeon. Come on, baby. Come on, darling. Brother, I'm getting fucking raped with snow tonight. Holy shit.
And honestly, it's ridiculous. I have medical training. I know what to do, but in that instance, I didn't know what to do. There's just a hole in her head, blood spewing out. I didn't know what to do. I tried to hold it. I moved the gun, and then when I realized that, like, obviously there's nothing I can do at this point by myself, I got up and for some weird reason washed my hands, and then tried to find my phone. I couldn't find my phone, so I found her phone, and that was when I called 911.
Matthew, what were you wearing tonight?
When that incident happened, I was wearing this.
Okay. What were you wearing earlier in the night?
I had this and a pair of jeans on.
Pair of jeans? Okay.
The same shirt that does not have any blood on it. Matthew speaks with detectives in the video that we have for more than 2 hours, and he agrees to do gunshot residue tests.
Shane, it's the police, buddy. You're not in trouble. We're here about some of your friends.
While Matthew was with detectives, police went to the apartment of the guy who punched Matthew at the bar. He originally tells police, though, that he didn't see Alex or Matthew the night before.
Trust me, you're not in trouble for anything.
Hi, Shane. I'm Daryl. This is Nate. Did you hear what happened?
No, I did. What happened?
So, one of your friends was injured last night.
Last night?
Yeah. And I'm thinking that you were with them last night.
Who?
I have a witness that says you were with Matt Ecker.
I don't even know who that is.
Okay. And Alexandra? You know Alex Pennig?
I know who Alex is. That's I've been dating her.
Okay.
But I don't know.
Right now you're dating her?
I have been.
Oh, sure.
So I don't know
Did you
what.
see her last night by chance?
I didn't. I didn't run into her last night. No. I don't know. I haven't been talking to her.
You have a piece of something, like a piece of tape on the left. Oh, got it. Like it's almost a contact lens. You wear contact?
Yeah, I do wear contact.
Reflection is
Sorry.
right there, bro. I don't think it's any good anymore. So it's not good news for her. And we have investigators downtown who would like to chat with you about last night. And
It's not good news for her?
Yeah.
What do you mean? Is she okay?
No.
What do you mean?
So the investigators wanted, so she was in a lot of trouble.
She's in a lot of trouble?
And the investigators want to chat with you about what you know of her. For some reason they know that you were an ex-boyfriend or something, that you might have information about who she hangs out with. Potentially you were with them at a bar last night.
I wasn't.
Okay. It's just somebody, one of her other friends that mentioned your name.
Is she okay?
She's passed away.
No.
Yeah. And so, that's why we need you to talk to the investigators.
Oh.
I can't share all that. I don't have all the information. The investigators need to chat with you. We could just get Abby on the line.
Alex Pennig? You're kidding me.
No, I would
You're
not.
kidding me.
I wouldn't.
Oh my God.
I'm sorry to be the bearer.
Please, no.
So,
I didn't see you yesterday, but I've been. You're kidding me.
No, I wouldn't kid.
You cannot.
I know it's obviously as serious as it gets.
Oh my God. Like that's like we're I was talking about like moving out of my place and like moving in with her. We've been she's been okay. Like
Have you been? You've dated in the past. You've just
We've been like
rekindling.
No, we've been like consistently like dating like for the past like 3 months.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah.
That sounds like a good thing.
What do you want to just what happened?
I don't. I do not know. The investigators have asked us to come try to make contact with you, so you could come chat with them. So because you have dated her for 3 months, they would like to get any information they can from you about who she hangs out with, what she.
I know that
the investigator.
This is an investigator. She just wants to ask if you would come speak to her.
Hey, what happened? How is this?
Hey Shane, this is Sergeant Sano of St. Paul Police. Hey, I am the investigator on this case. We just need you to come down with the guys that you're with right now.
I'm not with anybody.
No, us. Us.
Oh,
the police.
Yep.
The police.
We just need you to come down and talk to us about last night and just kind of everything. You're not in any trouble. We need to discuss, kind of go over the events of.
How did she pass?
That's what we're going to talk to you about. Again, you're not in any trouble.
Well, I didn't do anything. Like, I didn't. Okay.
You're not.
You're her ex-boyfriend, so we need to speak to you as well, okay? You're not in any trouble.
So you'd be very.
She's really gone.
So you'd be very beneficial.
She's really gone.
So it'd be a benefit for you.
She's really gone.
We'll talk to you when you get here, okay?
She can't be gone.
The boyfriend then goes into the apartment to get his things and talks about when he did see her last night.
She was with a guy last night, and
That's exactly what they need to hear about.
and he came up to me.
Do you know him?
I had no idea who this guy is.
This information is what they're going
We
You know what I mean?
we got 86 from camp last night.
We
because
left,
Because
and she was there.
Alex, so you punched the guy out. I was smoking a cigarette.
Because he came up to me and wanted to, and,
I was
and
outside
got in
when
my
you
face.
punched
I,
him.
I hit the one guy.
That she
Alex was
good.
not even a part of it. She was
Shane
sitting by
was
herself.
Shane was there for probably 30, 45 minutes before
We
Alex
left.
walked in.
Okay.
And
nobody's accusing you of anything.
Well, I'm just saying, we
That's-
left,
but this is
and cameras will show that.
Yep.
We left. We came
left.
back here.
That's exactly what they want.
My night was over.
In the other interrogation room earlier, police come back and they push Matthew on what he had told them.
We do the same thing. We wear gloves, right? So we don't get blood on our hands or anything.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
he has
yeah.
nails. He has horrible fingernails. I have nails where I get blood in my nails, right?
Yeah.
So you have your head like this with her. You're gonna get blood everywhere, correct?
I would think so.
And then you grab her hand and you put her hand.
This was a weak run, boys. This was a weak run here.
Her hand looks like my hands. There's no blood on her hand.
I can't explain that. I can't.
I don't know.
Matthew.
I don't know if you guys.
We did argue.
And if you did,
We didn't.
I understand that you love her.
We didn't argue. We did argue. She pulled the gun and she was backing away, and I was asking her what she was doing, and she locked the door of the
Were
bathroom.
you trying to grab for the gun and it accidentally went on?
No, I did not. I did not. I mean, it went off when she was in the bathroom with the door shut. Hand to God, I will swear by that all day long. That door was shut. That gun went off when the door was shut.
Have you done surgeries before?
I don't know.
Okay. So you know when you get blood all over your hands and then you go into the sink and you pour the handle to the sink, right? There should be blood on that handle.
There's no blood in the handle of the sink.
And there's nothing in the sink, and the sink
I rinsed my hand.
the sink's dry. There's no water or anything.
No, I washed my hands in the sink. I did. I rinsed my hands in the sink, and I was adjusting her face.
Adjusting her face.
I mean, we were there. We know that there's a lot of blood. You know, I had to step over. I had to be very careful when I was in there.
There was. Yeah.
So I guess that's why we're just kind of, going back and forth with you, because for us, I get it. I mean, I get if it was a self-defense thing.
It's not self-defense.
I get it.
That door was shut. The door was shut when the gun went off. I would never. I would be honest with that. I would.
Yeah.
I understand that this stuff is. If that's what had happened, I would be honest with that. But that door was shut when the gun.
Matthew sticks to his story, but detectives say this is just not making sense.
I examined that gun, and I've been to hundreds of suicides, okay? I examined that gun closely. The ME does an autopsy, which we'll do today. They determine close contact, they determine far contact, all of that, okay? They can tell if it's a close contact.
Far contact, it wouldn't be called far contact, because if it's far away, there's no contact at all. It's just a long-range gunshot. Far contact.
Brain going off in the head, okay? Nothing is adding up there. And then like my partner says, you end up putting her hand back on the gun, which is not something that's normal.
No, I don't think anything that I did was normal. I don't know what normal is in that situation. I'm going to be honest with you.
Matthew, I'm just saying right now.
Oh, I just took the damage from that. Fuck, I wasn't paying attention.
Here anymore to dig yourself into something.
I'm not digging a hole.
You need to.
That door was shut, and that gun went off when the door was shut. I don't know.
So just explain to us then, because you're a doctor. So explain to us how you are holding her head where there's.
Homeboy's a doctor?
Blood, and then you place.
That's crazy work.
On the gun, and then also the hands gripping the gun, but there's no blood on her hand, and you touched her hand.
I don't know. Like I said, the gun went off. I went into the bathroom after I was able to open the door, and yeah, there was blood all over the floor, and I adjusted her head. I don't know. Like I said,
Gun's laying in the blood, right?
Gun
You grabbed it?
Gun was up here.
Is it blood pooling where the gun was?
No, it's about right here. So my recollection is that the gun was not in the blood. I grabbed the gun, I put it here. I moved her hand because I was, like I said, I was looking.
Do you know what happens?
My brain did not comprehend what she had done. I can't, like I said.
Do you know what is on a handgun on every suicide that I've been to? Blood, brain matter.
Yeah.
I looked at that gun.
I don't know.
There's nothing on the seat. There's nothing on the walls.
That door was shut. The door was shut when the gun went off. Was the door locked? Was the door?
Matthew, so we're gonna talk to a lot of people, right?
All these fucking rune claws and shit are gonna be great for Giants Foundry, man.
We're gonna talk to a lot of people, okay? Right? We're gonna talk to Gus. We're gonna talk to Shane. Gotta talk to your wife. We gotta talk to everybody. That's why we just want you to tell us if something happened, if she grabbed that gun and was threatening to kill herself, but you told us that you love her. You wanted to grab that gun from her, and then it accidentally just went off.
No.
Okay.
She shut the door.
Explain to me what happened. If you got into a struggle and she took your gun, I just need to know. But I can tell you right now, every piece of evidence in there and everything that you've told so far does not match up.
This is the piece of evidence that also helped take Matthew's story down. This was part of the lock on the bathroom door, and it was found under Alex's body. Matthew claimed that the gun went off in the bathroom with the door shut, but police say that this proved that Matthew actually kicked the door open, shot Alex, and then her body fell on that door lock on the ground.
We're good with everything that you said, right? Okay. I'm just gonna show you some photos, okay? And I want you to really think about this. I'm just asking you to think about these people. And I want you
Damn. What a moron. What an absolute fucking moron. Tyler, my Thanksgiving is in October, but happy Thanksgiving to you, dude.
Welcome to the Heavy Spoilers Show. I'm your host Paul, and in this video we're breaking down Zodiac. This David Fincher classic is a fantastic film that documents one of the most famous unsolved mysteries. The identity of the Zodiac has evaded people for decades, and the case still remains open to this day. Just like Jack the Ripper, the Zodiacs became a legend, with his image burned into our mind through crude drawings and notes. The rise of the internet and true crime content is something that shot it to the forefront, and it feels like there's a lot going back to the Zodiac. Because of this, the movie's also gained a renewed interest as well. Throughout this video, we'll be going through the film and separating
Dude,
fact from fiction.
I've almost gotten a whole fucking level. I've almost gone from 79 to 80 just with XP lamps. Strat tester is so fun and never gets boring. I mean, zombies just gets boring, brother. Honestly, for me, it's super fast now. I get to like round 50 and I'm sitting there, you know, just fucking sawing logs. Tomorrow, though, I'm probably going to try and do Call of the Dead first room. Or tomorrow or this weekend, anyway. Probably not tomorrow. Probably later this weekend. Interesting. Alright.
This is a film that I wanted to tackle for a while, but just like the investigators involved in it, I felt a bit out of my depth. So for the last couple of months, I've been consulting with an expert on the case who's provided me with lots of notes and insights. That is Zach Wilcox, who gave me a ton of background information, and I'm hoping that this paints out one of the most in-depth looks at the film yet. Released in 2007, it's kind of crazy how it's gone on to have basically an all-star cast. This was before the MCU, and yeah, seeing Downey and Ruffalo and even Gyllenhaal is kind of wild. Now, a lot of people don't actually know, but the film's based on a book that's written by Robert Graysmith. Originally, he sold the rights to the book to Shane Salerno, however, things fell apart when they approached Touchstone Pictures, aka Disney. You see, this was around the time of Silence of the Lambs, and they were looking to cash in on that serial killer hype. The main issue they ran into, though, is that the Zodiac was never caught, and thus they were kind of limited in what they could do, at least from a story point of view. When you don't know who the killer is, you know, you can't do things like their childhood, if they were obsessed with their mother, if they had a love interest that almost saved them, that sort of thing. Apparently, they weren't really interested in the truth behind the story either, and instead just wanted to have a film about the killer resurfacing in LA. But wasn't meant to be. However, James Vanderbilt was making his name in Hollywood, and he remembered reading the book in high school. Translating it into a script, he pitched it to Grace Smith, which then got the ball rolling on the project. After the rights had been mothballed for over a decade, they then went up for sale. Fincher had gained a name for himself working on Seven, and he was the person they immediately thought of. However, at the time, he was trying to adapt The Black Dahlia, which was going to be a 5-episode limited series. Things didn't go to plan though, and thus Fincher stepped back from the project. Brian De Palma then went on to do that without releasing in 2006. As for Fincher though, he became obsessed with the story, and it brought back lots of memories from his childhood. In interviews, Fincher recounted how police had followed his bus back from school, and at home he asked his dad what was happening. He told him the Zodiac had threatened to get a high-powered rifle and shoot kids as they came off a bus.
School children make nice targets. I think I shall wipe out the school bus some morning, just shoot out the front tire, and then pick off the kiddies as they come bouncing out. Jesus Christ, who's got school buses? Department of Transportation?
This idea of danger fascinated the director, and in his mind, the Zodiac became the ultimate boogeyman. Now, for part of the project, he spent months and months interviewing people close to the case. He spoke to police, surviving victims, witnesses, and family members of the suspects to try and get as accurate to real life as he could. He was also fascinated by the fact the case was unsolved. Seven had wrapped up things nicely in a little box, well, it was intended to be fair, but yeah, Fincher felt cases didn't always wrap up that neatly, and often a lot were left unsolved. So he felt like this was a much more interesting project. Fincher wanted to make a movie similar to All the President's Men and have it focus on a reporter unearthing the killer at any cost.
I need to know who he is.
His obsession to know the truth might be his undoing, and it was as much a story about failure and getting the answers as it was about getting the answers themselves. Even the tagline of the novel reads, there is more than one way to lose your life to a killer. It gives the idea that everything you care for can be taken away if you give this a priority over everything else. Your loved ones might be put in danger, you might be put in danger yourself, and yeah, I think it's fascinating in the movie as it asks what happens when you dedicate your life to finding the truth, but in the end, the truth never comes, which we rarely see in films. They also brought in forensic linguistics to analyze the letters and unearth new things about the sentence structures.
No way they don't know who it is because of the advancements of DNA, period.
An insane amount of new information about the case. Even with this though, the studios were a bit nervous about the project. MGM initially agreed to fund it, but wanted a fixed runtime of 2 hours 15. Warner Brothers and Paramount were interested as well, but they also had some concerns. They felt like there wasn't really much action, and the open ending might leave people disappointed. And to be honest, the first time I saw the movie, you know, not really knowing the case, I was a bit like, is that it? So they decided to split the investments and hedge their bets on the production costs. What we get though is an incredible period piece that uses CGI in ways you wouldn't even believe. So many of the streets and background details are all fully generated by computers, and it's an absolutely outstanding film when it comes to the production levels. Fincher of course later built upon this for his Mindhunter series, and it's nice seeing not only his evolution from Seven, but also the indicators of where things were going to go. Now unfortunately, due to Gray Smith's book being the basis of the film, it has some problems to say the least when it comes to accuracy. In my discussion with Zach, he brought up how it was super popular, and the unfortunate consequence of that popularity is that it drove the case narrative in the wrong direction for many years. Gray Smith's theories inevitably run into holes, and some of them are just seen as crazy.
I got a basket.
The main disagreements lie around the idea that Zodiac had a grand master plan, and that he was an insanely intelligent killer in line with a comic book supervillain. After the book's initial success, there was also a decade-long press run where people connected to the case were forced to relive their traumas over and over. A follow-up book with even more inconsistencies came out as well, which further distanced his theories from the truth. Beyond that, Gray Smith refuses to answer questions to this day about these inconsistencies, and he'll only appear in major releases from companies like Netflix that don't necessarily plan on muddying his version of the story. Things like those recent Zodiac documentaries, that sort of thing. Even though Fincher did his research, it's also important to remember that the movie's based on the book, not the FBI, police files, or anything close to what could be considered damning evidence. Which I think is why Fincher focuses more on the obsession of the mystery rather than solving said mystery. This video is sponsored by Huel. So at this point I've been using Huel for about 6 months now I think. I have a bottle in the morning and a bottle in the evening, and it's helped getting me ready for the day and also giving me protein and workouts. Normally, I tend to use the powder, but there's an even quicker way to grab it if you're on the go. Huel Black Edition Ready to Drink comes in these bottles that I'm sure you've seen on supermarket shelves when you're out and about. Their Black Edition Ready to Drink bottle packs a balanced blend of carbs, fats, and 40 grams of plant-based protein. Along with this, you get over 6 grams of fiber and 27 essential vitamins and minerals. This includes stuff like vitamin C to help with your immune system and vitamin B12 to reduce tiredness and fatigue. It's all vegan friendly as well, and to top it off, it's just 400 calories. My favourite right now is this iced latte flavour, and it's basically replaced my morning coffee when I'm about to start work. I know these videos can get like
just start spitting it out.
Like I'm selling you
Fuck that shit's nasty.
I really love Huel, and I genuinely have it as a part of my day every single day. Like even my editors will know when I'm recording. I have like got like a flask at the side that I just drink throughout the day between takes. I'm really trying to get into shape over the winter as well, and I know maintaining that in the summer is a lot easier, but in winter it gets tough. However, Huel has helped me hit my protein, carb, and vitamin goals right.
My vitamin goals.
So having it in this bottle already made just means I don't have to worry about the diet as much. Now these work out at $4.83 a bottle, and with every box
$4.83 a bottle.
To make it even more of a deal for
That's
you,
crazy.
Right now, if you use my code in the description or scan the QR code on screen,
That's a rip off and a half.
15% off. They've got you covered morning, lunch, and dinner, and a snack in between, which are perfect for your entire day. That code is HEAVYS15, so go to my link in the description or scan the QR code and enter HEAVYS15 to get 15% off. Thank you again to Huel for sponsoring the video. Now let's get into the rest of the breakdown. Now, we begin the movie with the Warner Brothers logo, which is then followed by Paramount's. These are shot to appear old-fashioned, playing into the 1969 aesthetic. However, they were slightly different back then. The Warner Brothers logo was actually the Warner Brothers 7 Arts logo, and Paramount was a Gulf Western company rather than Viacom. And we are being thorough. We start the movie on the 4th of July, and while the fireworks are going off, we hear the song Easy to Be Hard by Three Dog Night. This has lyrics like, how can people be so heartless? How can people be so cruel? Which plays into the cold-blooded nature of the crimes. Where we begin is Blue Rock Springs, and we see the attack on Darlene Ferrin and Mike Mageau. Now, though I've been digging the truth of the story, it has to be said that the movie opens with a very accurate recreation of what we know about this murder. Mageau survived, and he was able to tell the police what he could, which unfortunately wasn't much. This was due to a number of factors, including how dark it was and how quickly it happened. The pair were basically sitting in their car, the attack went down, and they were then left, which all took place over probably roughly less than a minute. So it didn't even really last long enough to register details. Like I said though, the scene's extremely accurate, and on the commentary, Fincher reveals he talked to Michael in order to properly compose the scene. They also looked over detailed police reports, and this is basically how it happened. Throughout all the murders, they also used CGI blood, which you'll probably notice if you're paying close attention to it, but it is very, very subtle. This was done because of how many takes Fincher likes to do, and it was easier than having to clean up the set and actors every time. As the car pulls up, we can also hear the song Hurdy-Gurdy Man. Performed by Donovan, his daughter Iona Sky also features as the woman who escapes being kidnapped by the Zodiac, or potentially the Zodiac. Now, where the discrepancies come in is that Darlene was also known as being a serial dater.
Darlene always had a lot of boys around, even though she was married.
So, rather than blaming the Zodiac, people have also said that it may have been a jealous lover.
I saw that car, Mr. Evans. Was that your husband?
No.
Who was that, John?
Don't worry about it.
The movie also shows the vehicle as being a Ford Mustang, but in real life, no determination was ever made. It's also thought she was sleeping with both cops and criminals, and that she was being followed by one of her exes. We even get mentioned to this later on when we hear at a party that someone was following her.
She and her husband, they move into their new house, and one night they throw this painting party.
What's a painting party?
It's a party where people come and help you paint.
Sounds like a terrible party.
Well, supposedly somebody who's not Water shows up, and Darlene is terrified of him.
Darlene Ferrin is also the sister to Pam Huckabee, who's a central figure in the Graysmith theory. And in Zach's opinion, a sort of victim of Graysmith. Her grief towards her sister's murder was needlessly exploited for a long time publicly, and obviously that involves some profiteering. After the shooting takes place, the killer then drives to a payphone and confesses to the murder. They also reveal they're responsible for a double murder from just the year previous. That was David Faraday and Betty Lou Jensen, who were shot and killed at Lake Herman Road. This was in the same fashion as the pair here, however, the creative team decided to skip over this as there weren't any survivors and they felt it was important to have an accurate opening to add some authenticity. This is a motif that goes throughout the film, and Fincher doesn't depict any of the murders that didn't have a surviving victim or witness. I think they say on the commentary, basically, if it's not got a witness, we're not going to dramatize it. Fincher deliberately messed with the audience as well. Though the killers often blurred and shot out of focus, he made sure there was an extra layer of doubt amongst viewers. Fincher cast 3 different actors as the killer and alternated between them for scenes with the murders. This was in order to represent the often contradicting descriptions of the killer, which I think works really well. We then cut to our establishing shot of San
That's pretty
Francisco,
smart.
which was completely CGI generated. You might also notice that the time here says 8:20, and later on we get an advert for a Zodiac watch which has a possible clue towards the killer's moniker. This ad also shows the time as being 8:20 as well, which I thought was a bit of a strange detail. Now, according to ZodiacCiphers.com, this is the time the ambulance carrying the Lake Berryessa victims reached the halfway point of the hospital. Beyond that though, I think it also highlights Fincher's ideas that he's presenting in the movie. He's kind of trolling us and showing how people like me, who dive way too deep into something, can see clues and connections in everything. The most mundane detail, like the time being 8:20, that can seem important if someone witnesses the same detail appearing again. Coincidence, chance, and viewing one thing a certain way can very much alter how you perceive that from now on. So seeing it here and then on the Zodiac watch makes people obsessed with the case become obsessed with that number, whether or not it has any deeper meaning at all. It's in the same vein as circumstantial evidence, and though gives a powerful connection, it's not something you can really draw a full conclusion on.
Fuck,
For a
boys,
moment,
that's
political
skill 75.
Graysmith, which marks the beginning of his obsession with the case. Working at the San Francisco Chronicle, his life's completely changed the day they received the first official letter from the Zodiac. And yeah, only Fincher would do a POV journey with an envelope. That's art. Fincher was attracted by this story though, and admired how he'd gone from a cartoonist to someone who was one of the biggest experts on the case. At the time, the Zodiac was desperate for attention, and he was trying to garner a reputation. He sent the same letter to 3 separate newspapers in California, demanding they all print a separate section of his cipher. Now, the big debate here is, should they print it without even knowing what the cipher says? Recently, I've seen so many people on YouTube get crap for interviewing people because it's giving people with certain views a platform and a chance to gain an audience. Potentially, in printing this cipher, you know, they could be putting out the words of an evil madman that could be saying anything. Because yeah, no one's figured out what the code is. So yeah, they kind of compromise and put it on page 4 rather than the front page, which is where this kind of bombshell would normally go. But yeah, it just shows how they're constantly working in morally grey areas, and it's nice that we kind of start the movie like this. Now, it's important to note as well that although Graysmith did work there at the time, he was never in any rooms discussing the case or any of the communications. He wasn't even friends with Avery like the movie depicts. It was only years later that he also picked up the story as a hobby, and him and the police never discussed the case as it was happening, and he's not some second coming of Sherlock Holmes. But yeah, I can understand, you know, when you're making a movie, you kind of want to have a main character. Now, this is also where we're introduced to Avery, who's very much a real figure in the Zodiac world, and he's represented pretty accurately. Beyond the friendship thing, and his life being destroyed. Because yeah, his family said he was a lovely man, and he was just totally different to how he is in the movie. Played by Robert Downey Jr., you know, he's an A-lister now, but at the time, he was kind of carving out his name again. He didn't really have much clout, and was a bit shocked at Fincher's directing at first. As we touched upon earlier, he's meticulous in every detail, and he likes to do hundreds and hundreds of takes. Downey got so frustrated by this that he started leaving mason jars of urine on set to express how frustrated he was about not getting proper breaks. He described it as being like a gulag. Also, in regards to the letter, they recreated it from the ground up and crafted an incredible replica. The ink, penmanship, size of the paper, everything is accurate. We then go to Graysmith going to a bar which becomes a frequent hangout. You might notice that as Graysmith enters that the name of the bar is Morty's, and though this sounds like the name Morty, when it's spelled like this, it's also
Rigor mortis,
death.
baby.
We then see the cipher being investigated, and cut to a couple called Donald and Betty Hardian. They end up cracking it, which is something that really happened, but it actually caused some issues for Donald. Because of the speed they were able to do it, Donald was actually considered a suspect at one point. He was quickly cleared, so they don't really include that in the movie, but yeah, the whole Cypher thing was quite a wild tale. Now we then see as Avery and Grace meet each other.
You were right, by the way. You didn't give his name. Who cracked it?
Didn't happen. He wasn't right. However, the letters are accurate, including the phrase about the most dangerous game of all. He also scribbles down a name from the code, and though we don't get much of a focus on it, this is Robert Hemphill. This person never existed from working together and was just the Zodiac throwing people off. However, some have hypothesized that this shows there was more than one killer and that at least 2 people were involved. It's here that we then get the most brutal scene in the movie. Following a couple to Lake Berryessa, we see him committing his killings with a knife in broad daylight. Could go very deep into this crime, but for the purposes of the movie and story, it does a great job of recreating it. The costume matches the real one perfectly, and we know that because Cecilia Shepard survived for several hours, and Brian Hartnell surprisingly still survives to this day. As of now, he actually remains the only figure in the Zodiac world to be alive. They took such great detail with this scene that even the ambiguity of which hand the killer uses is taken into account. Now later we see Arthur Lee Allen telling Bill Armstrong he's left-handed.
My teachers tried to make me when I was a kid, but I couldn't. I'm left-handed.
However, you might notice he wears his watch on his left hand, whereas most people wear theirs on their non-dominant one. So it's thought that this was showing that Lee was lying. This isn't down to the actor either, as John Carroll Lynch is also left-handed in real life, so it seems like it was a conscious choice. Later in the movie, we see a suspect in the mirror of a car and get lots of attention on his watch. This is on his right hand, further muddying the waters. The Lee in Arthur Lee is also spelled L-E-I-G-H, however at the end we can see his name badge in the store says L-E-E. It's stuff like this that further adds to the confusion and plays into how you can't really trust anything. According to Hartnell, the dialogue's also word for word, and he remembers it perfectly because it was such a traumatic moment. And the guy was stabbed a total of 7 times. Now, a lot of what people debate over today with the Zodiac comes from this crime, especially in regards to his psychology, intent, living witness statements, and also the timelines and sightings before and after this took place. Zach said that this scene specifically works a lot in Grace Smith's favour, and a lot of his theories are built around it. We then close out by showing the very real note found on Hartnell's car door, as well as an accurate recreation of the phone call made by the killer. This happened about 45 minutes after the crime took place in Vallejo from a payphone. Up until this point, the Zodiac's crime and the public's awareness of him was relatively local, but this sent the case national. Back at the Chronicle, we see Grace Smith's famous Zodiac sketch. This is often the first thing you'll see when searching for the killer, and it's stayed in the public consciousness ever since. This is even to the point that Matt Reeves bases...
How's OSRS? OSRS is alright. I wish I could get like a drop from this guy, the Bell's Folly. The Bell's Folly or the pet, you know? That'd be pretty cool. What are you saying, though?
Version of the riddle around this, including the ciphers. However, the validity of this sketch is debated amongst experts and shouldn't be taken as a serious depiction, especially as the police didn't consider it as accurate. It's here that he figures
Good
out
luck,
the
I appreciate that.
connection, and he links it to the Most Dangerous Game movie. The film itself then takes some creative license here, as he was not the one who pointed out the connection. The phrase actually originates from the 1924 short story, and Arthur Lee Allen said this book had left an impression on him. There, Count Zaroff hunts humans for sport, just like the Zodiac. People obviously drew connections between the Count's name,
My initials spell Jew, brother.
Z Zodiac name, and obviously, yeah, drew some connections. Speaking of coincidences, the Most Dangerous Game also inspired the Incredible Hulk episode The Snare. Why is that a coincidence? Because Mark Ruffalo would later go on to play the Hulk, and I'm telling you, mate, coincidences everywhere.
Damn.
Was it fate or mere chance? Now, we then cut to Zodiac's last official crime, and from here the movie begins to show how the awareness of his killings spread. It's here that we get the very quick murder of Paul Stein, which took place in the Presidio Heights area. Again, this is very accurate for what we actually know about the crime, and they are bang on with most of the details. I love the way it's filmed as well, and it reminds me a lot of the original Grand Theft Auto games. They get lots of the details right, including the signal shot and how the killer rummaged around for a few minutes before walking off. The attention to detail is insane here, here, and they even get him walking in the correct direction that the killer did. The reason that we know more about this crime is that we also had 3 witnesses who saw it taking place across the street. Now in the movie they're teenagers, but in real life they were very young, but I think they aged them up for the movie to quell some of the doubts and the audience kind of questioning the events. Because yeah, when it's a little kid telling you, you're like, was it though? Like my kid thinks Pennywise lives under his bed, you know what I mean? And he might do. Quick, get him! But yeah, they gave 2 statements to the police within days of each other, and since then have only spoken publicly a few times. However, there's a lot to be skeptical of with this crime, especially in regards to the police response. There's also a lot of doubt over whether this was even the Zodiac, or if someone, like let's say a collective conscious, started claiming the crimes of the Zodiac. Sort of how Anonymous all operate under the same name, but often act independently. This is actually also the cover of the book as well, which I did think was a bit weird, because yeah, some people don't think it's officially a Zodiac crime. I think why it was though is because whether it was or wasn't the Zodiac who did it, it still makes it part of the lineage. Now, the reason that people had so many doubts over whether this was part of the spree is that it didn't fit the crime so far. The Zodiac had always attacked couples, and he'd been so focused on the women that the men often survived.
Single male cab driver on Washington and Cherry doesn't fit.
Doesn't fit.
Some saw this as being a different killer, whereas others thought
he's breaking the pattern.
In the aftermath of this, we're then introduced to 2 of the main players. This is Detective Tosky and his partner Inspector Bill Armstrong. They were the 2 lead detectives for the remainder of the case and often get a lot of backlash for their work. This is to the point that George Lucas actually felt bad for Tosky and he named Toshy Station in A New Hope after him. I'm not joking. Ruffalo also met with the real-life figure and he was blown away by his recall. Apparently he could remember every detail about the case, and it further played into the themes of obsession. Now from what Zach could gather, this scene is accurate up to the point that the police arrive. However, the police activity was under intense scrutiny in real life, with this media storm kind of being absent. Up until this point though, no one suspected Stein's murder as a possible Zodiac crime. This is because there were many crimes like this around San Francisco at the time, and much of the scrutiny towards the police is directed at the fact that they didn't really investigate this as thoroughly as they should have until the Zodiac took credit for it. It's at that point they were then forced to come up with answers. Zodiac took credit by sending in another letter with a piece of Stein's shirt attached to it. This apparently is the reason as to why the killer spent so much time at the scene. From what's being gathered, he wanted to prove to the police that he was writing the letters and indeed the one committing the crimes. Unfortunately though, the police missed a vital chance to catch him as the dispatcher put out the description that the attacker was a black man. This caused the officers on patrol to miss the killer, which the Zodiac later taunted them about. A major theme about this movie is how information often doesn't end up getting to the right place, which this builds off the back of. 3 days later, the letter arrives, and this is where the Zodiac outlines the school bus plan. Things start to creep outside the newsroom, and then fear infects the characters. With Gray Smith, we see as the paranoia starts to set in, and he won't let his son take the school bus. We also meet the so-called handwriting expert, Sherwood Morrill. He's one of Zach's biggest points of contention, as he was later proven to be an alcoholic and overall pretty unreliable.
Sherwood who was fired from question documents? Sherwood who drinks like Paul Avery now? He retired. Is that what he told you?
I'm not even kidding, there's like entire Reddit threads on why this guy shouldn't have been given so much trust. So, why did this happen? Well, much of the police's efforts at this point were directed towards handwriting experts, since that was all they really had for physical evidence. We also, of course, didn't have DNA, CCTV, if your phone where that was, and most of the stuff you'd use today to bang someone to rights. We also see Avery writing more articles about the Zodiac and inserting some of his own opinions into them, many of which are seen as unfavorable. The movie then shows us the confusion that's created from the multiple police departments having to communicate in an archaic world. They're really limited by technology. Not only do the detectives need to drive from place to place, there's not even a fax machine.
Forget it. I'll telefax it to you.
We don't have telefax yet.
Just get a photo off the original plaster cast.
We'd have to wait because they don't have a fax.
Yo, what's up, Anton?
All the evidence had to be sent by mail, and I'm sure you've used Postman before, but takes a couple of days. Basically, it was just a nightmare to share information. One thing I will say though is that most of the cops involved were very
Happy Thanksgiving to you too, buddy.
Crime, and they did everything they could to cooperate. Zach said the movie unnecessarily portrays the police as having an unwillingness to talk to each other, which
What's new with you, my man? What's new with you? How's it going?
There's also a particular cop named Falk that
How's
really
life?
muddied the waters and gave conflicting accounts of the airs in several paid interviews. He's depicted in the movie as some fumbling policeman that runs everything into the ground. Even though he's partly to blame, there were also, of course, many other faults.
Yeah, it's in October for us.
We then cut to Grace Smith watching a news report. Rattling off about shooting up a school bus, he quickly turns it off before his son sees. One detail I appreciated as well is that above the TV, Fincher's put a poster for the wrong man. You can read into this as it being about multiple suspects.
Oh yeah, always a good time with the family and shit, dude, for sure. I had turkey and, like, you know, the fixins, the works. Turkey in the works, you know?
Anyway, we jump to 2 days later, and here someone's called the Oakland Police Department. Claiming to be the Zodiac, they want to be featured on the Jim Dunbar show. That night, they urged people to not call in so the real Zodiac could reach them, and it further brought the killer to the attention of the public. This was alongside Melvin Belli, and we hear Jim bring up Star Trek.
I saw your Star Trek, by the way. It was excellent.
He indeed featured in the show and was in the episode, And the Children Shall Lead. What I love as well is that Finch adds some of his dark humor into the scene, and they have moments like them talking about Star Trek while a slinky ad plays on TV. All the while, they're waiting for the call from a killer. Now this comes through, but it was proven to be a hoax perpetrated by a mentally ill person. The movie alludes to this without actually admitting it in a small conversation between the detectives.
They pulled off the trace. Our Daly City no-show called from a mental institution.
The real caller could
Damn, that sounds good, dude.
recently, and that was affirmed when one of the
I've never had a tamale
was
before.
finally solved in 2020. Completed by David, and I'm gonna butcher your name, I'm sorry, David Oranchak, I think. In the cipher, they directly state it wasn't them on the show. As for how the movie depicts the actual events, though, it is very accurate. The caller talks about their headaches and how they leave when they kill. This becomes a clue later in the film, but in reality, I'm not sure how useful this was. Belli then races to meet him, but ultimately, nothing ever comes from it.
My, you fellows certainly know how to put on a secret meeting.
Bring in Brian, he says that wasn't his voice, and thus it just seems like a waste of time. Jumping to 2.5 weeks later, Grace Smith finds a newsroom almost empty. Turns out they're all waiting in the conference room and that there's been a threatening letter sent in. This included a recipe for how to make explosives and lots of taunts to the police, including how he'd witnessed some of their attempts to catch him. Avery then invites Grace Smith for a drink, and he gets a lovely cocktail.
Yeah, I appreciate that, man. Yeah, it's been quite a long time. It's been like 5 years, actually.
And this drink is called Aqua Terra, I think.
It's been like 5 years, Anton.
Potentially. Basically, though, it's them getting to know each other, but this scene completely made up.
Everything Harry tells you is a lie. Remember that. Everything Harry tells you is a lie.
But yeah, it's a movie, and, you know, it's nice to see characters interacting, and I love the jump cut from Avery trying the cocktail to then being at a table with several empty glasses. Here, Grace Smith then brings up the ciphers and how they did them in the Boy Scouts. This too was often seen as a clue, with the killer being suspected to have attended them. Grace Smith also breaks down the cipher and the key to solving them.
You're a dope person, a dope streamer, and you're COD Blazing brought lots of entertainment to me, man. I'll always support your brother.
The most likely double L word in the letters.
Bridge? Yeah, man. I mean, shit, I appreciate you, bro. You're a long-time supporter, man, so I appreciate you. God bless. Absolute stud. You're the stud. Oh, I didn't mean to eat that. Womp womp. Womp womp.
And at least a K and a W, and can guard from there. Arrest Grace Smith picked up by going to the library and reading lots of books. This is something that Fincher also had in 7, with that being a way Detective Somerset figured out the sins. So you can see why they likely saw that scene and thought Fincher was perfect for this. Now the Codebreaker's book led him to cracking some of it, but then the medieval characters threw him off. Thus he looked at medieval codes and found one called the Zodiac alphabet. Avery asks Grace Smith what he wants out of it, but he plays dumb and says there's not any profit driving him. I think people are going to have their own opinion.
Didn't realize I didn't have my turtle on.
Due to all the books and movies.
I will eat your heart.
Just
There you go.
obsessed with
Just for
solving the
you,
killer.
brother.
With Tosky,
Just for
Lisa
you.
figures out another clue and realizes
Little
that
Nicky,
there
bro.
are many bases in
Classic.
California. Thus, it narrows the suspects down. Cutting to Christmas, we then see Melvin's received a letter from the killer, which he reads to the police and his guests. This is made up for the film, and in real life, Belli never actually touched the letter itself. This letter is something that the police also thinks authentic, with the
I'm
killer
gonna
reaching out
die.
due to being frustrated at not getting on the show. Something the movie hasn't really touched upon yet is also the amount of letters that were constantly piling in from copycats.
Ooh.
And just people playing pranks for attention. These letters were
I'm
all
gonna
under
die.
intense scrutiny.
Oh.
Just illuminates the one seen as legitimate. We then go to a woman driving at night with her baby.
Yeah, Ozzy, R.I.P., man.
Over and he says her right rear end wheel's loose. Offering to tighten the lugs, we then see as he's actually unbuckled them. This guy then takes the pair in his car, and again, they use a different actor here and completely cover him in shadow.
I didn't know you had a baby.
Now, they drove around for a couple of hours, but she managed to get away and threw herself onto the road with her kid. But this is a very, very sticky point and was one of the main appearances that Zach had an issue with. It was later concluded that this woman had a fight with her then partner and was possibly looking for attention. Now, why this is connected to the killer is because she identified the person that picked her up as being a sketch of the Zodiac that was presented by the police department. Unfortunately though, there was no other evidence, and when they later returned to her car, they found it had been burned out. Though Zodiac later took credit for it in a letter, there was no corroborating evidence with it, which was very unlike him. The author simply listed things that were mentioned in the papers, but didn't go beyond what was publicly available. Because of this, most of, if not all of the experts agree this was...
Yeah, man, Ozzy, R.I.P., dude. Ozzy was a legend. Absolute legend.
Time showing the absolute litany of letters they received in the months and years following the crimes. It was a process in and of itself to authenticate these letters, let alone investigate their contents. There was letters that were constantly claiming victims, and also letters saying they'll no longer announce their crimes. The paper then stopped running his ciphers and didn't want to give him any more publicity. It was clear people were just sending in fake letters and just trying to spread the legend. This montage highlights that Graysmith and Avery are also exhausted with their efforts, but Zach said in reality, that's probably only true for Avery, and definitely not true for Graysmith, he said. His words, not mine. It's at this point that Avery receives his first letter. This comes in the form of a Halloween card, which is a big piece of Zodiac lore. This, of course, inspired the card at the beginning of the Batman and was one of the first things that Matt Reeves looked at. It's the first time the killer singles someone out specifically, and Avery really becomes the main player. Now, this came after he made fun of the Zodiac publicly, which was a part of the police strategy. Avery said that, in the opinion of detectives, he was a clumsy criminal, liar, and possible latent homosexual.
Well, you did call him a latent homosexual in at least one of your articles.
Now, from what I can gather, again, this was actually instructed to him by the police, who wanted to anger him into reaching out. Zodiac had been taunting them for years, and thus they wanted to taunt him into making a mistake, rather than how it's played here, where Tosky's kind of surprised he did it. So Avery gets a gun, and we see people at the paper start wearing badges that say I'm not Avery, which did happen.
Shit, yo.
In this, we see Graysmith going on a date.
Catch you on the next one. Good luck on the hunt. Yo, Paul Miller, appreciate you, brother.
It's just kind of showing how difficult.
Fuck, dude, I should go move my car. I'll be right back, boys. I gotta go move my car. It's gonna suck ass.
difficult it is for him to have a normal life, especially when you have to keep constantly talking about a serial killer. At one point he even scrambles about for change because he has to call Avery's wife to make sure he got home alright. He takes a date home so they can wait for word, and it's a nice way of showing how it destroyed his life. Also, you might notice there's some James Bond Ian Fleming books beside the phone there, and though Zach didn't like Graysmith, I have to say anyone who reads James Bond books is alright in my book. We don't get this in the movie, but Avery went to meet him. It was Fred Durst, and I'm guessing it must have been bad because, yeah, it wasn't even on the deleted scenes on the Blu-ray. And he's never acted again. His career is over.
Let's break stuff.
I lied.
Either way, this leads him to what may have been the Zodiac's first victim, which is Cherry Joe Bates. This murder is highly debated in the Zodiac world, and though there's a lot of overlapping coincidences between the two cases, it's not held up to scrutiny. Regardless, the desk poem, the confession letters, and how the movie depicts it, it's bang on. Guess what's not real though? Graysmith's involvement. An important point to bring up as well is that this murder took place several years before the Zodiac's first official crime. It was fairly well publicised, but beyond that it was also featured in many true crime investigation magazines. Most experts agree that Zodiac was influenced by these types of comics and stories from the many references he makes in his letters. Due to this, they also believed him to be something of a theatre or arts enthusiast. It's quite possible that Zodiac was inspired some way by this crime or decided to take credit for it after the fact, knowing it would further spread the efforts of the police. Zach believes it's most likely the latter, but it's difficult to discount the similarities between the two cases. Zach also brought up how around this time the movie seems to go out of its way to depict the police agencies as not wanting to work with each other, which is kind of a stereotype in Hollywood. From what Zach researched though, this wasn't the case, and most of the police involved should be praised for their efforts. From here, the movie turns to the confusion of the case. The sheer amount of people who took credit or threw their friends or family under the bus meant there were countless suspects. Even to this day, you still get
friends
people
and family
saying
under
they
the
think
bus.
their uncle was the killer, that sort of thing.
I'm the Zodiac.
And how did you kill your victims?
With a gun? No. With a hammer.
Have you considered the killer might be Paul Avery?
Frequently.
Regardless, it's important to keep in mind how underprepared the police were for something like this and how difficult it was to sift through the leads and figure out what was what. Zodiac, of course, came before Bundy, and police weren't trained to do something of this magnitude. It's from here that we then get our first proper suspect, which is none other than Arthur Lee Allen. This is through Don Chaney, who's an old friend of Arthur. Arthur will of course forever be tied to the case, and he's the only official suspect ever named by police. The roommate recalls a story Allen told him that eerily lines up with the Zodiac crimes. The pen lights, bus bombs, the name Zodiac, all that came from him. However, there are some that actually consider Chaney himself to be a good fit for the crimes, which is definitely worth mentioning, even if there's a lot of discrepancies. We also learn here that Allen had been formally charged and incarcerated for sexual assault on a minor just several years prior. He misspells words just like the Zodiac and is also ambidextrous. This then takes us to Allen, who's played by John Carroll Lynch. Has to be said, they did a fantastic job of casting here, and the interview scene is very, very, very accurate according to the police reports. All the way down to the mention of the Zodiac watch, it's pretty much bang on what happened. Here we also learn that Allen had been suspected of one of the previous crimes which the police hadn't known about. We also discover that he tried to give alibis, all of which fell through or were completely non-existent.
Coincidence? I think not!
To this day though, unfortunately, no one can find the original reports or the officer who questioned Allen.
I told all this to the other officer.
He also admitted here that he had bloody knives in his car, which he explained away by saying he was killing chickens.
The knives I had in my car with the blood on them, that blood came from a chicken that I killed for dinner.
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
Now the weird thing is, they didn't ask him that. He volunteered for the information himself. Toski then asks about his watch, and we see the Zodiac symbol along with the name. Arrest that man!
The most dangerous game. The most dangerous game. That's why you're here, isn't it? It was my favorite book in high school.
I'm telling you, mate. Book 'em, boys. We also hear the name Phil Tucker, who was a former co-worker who's another corroborating witness to Allen's statements. He said that he saw Allen with ciphers in his room and also heard him boasting about doing murder for hire work. They don't arrest him though, but in the next scene we meet Ron Allen and his wife, who's Arthur's brother and sister-in-law. They both helped the police to investigate Arthur Lee, which led to the first search warrant being issued. His wife points out that he misspelled Christmas and used 2 S's, however, this proved to ultimately be circumstantial. You know, this was obviously before spell check and people didn't have a Grammarly on their documents. So misspellings like this were actually quite common, especially with Christmas being a shortened version of Christ Mass. On its own, it wasn't enough to convict, and therefore wasn't something that led to much. We then had the confusion with the handwriting experts, and it was in fact these people that stopped Alan from being thoroughly investigated.
I mean, anyone can fucking fake
He said
handwriting,
that no
though.
one's ambidextrous
Yo, what's
enough
up,
to write
zombie?
as fluidly as he does. The judge also needed more than a handwriting match and wanted more evidence before issuing a warrant. We then see as time passes, and I love how Fincher does this in the movie. Just seeing the Transamerica Pyramid, you know, being constructed is so cool, and that takes us to 1 year later. Here we see Avery has lost his wife, has become homeless, and fallen into substance abuse. At least in the movie. But this again highlights the tagline, how there's more than one way to lose your life to a killer. Graysmith's also working away at the paper, and the completely fabricated relationship between the two men is deepened with a night of drinking and talking Zodiac. Again though, there's no evidence to suggest that Graysmith and Avery ever spoke until years after the fact. I do understand the need to move pieces around for the sake of narrative, but this is where they start to portray Graysmith as like some super detective Batman type figure who's very humble, which has caused a lot of contention. In real life, he's been labelled as a grifter and liar, and it's difficult to discern how much he actually helped. In the next scene, the investigation into Alan's family finally picks up after somewhat a confusing series of events. In reality, it was Cheney coming forward, coupled with Ron and his wife's comments, as well as the circumstantial evidence that got the first warrant. But it did take, you know, a long time to get this.
And you're willing to swear to this, under oath, in Superior Court?
Without any hesitation.
This was also an uphill battle because Alan didn't fit the descriptions from any of the crimes. In retrospect, it was even thought that the killer may have stolen Stein's glasses from the cab, which he walked off wearing. So this may have also caused the description to be inaccurate if that was indeed him in the first place. However, the circumstantial evidence was mounting against him. He worked with school kids, was fired, so had a vendetta there, was seen with ciphers, had a chemistry background, lived in Vallejo, a neighbour saw him with some bloody knives, the watch, the book, yeah, it was all mounting up.
Sounds like to me, you gonna nail his ass.
The psychology into killers' minds was also a study that was picking up momentum. The Behavioral Science Division at the FBI was founded in 1972, and this sought to understand what makes killers kill. It was theorized that Alan dissociated from his crimes, and this was done by putting on a mask. In becoming a different person, he also wrote with another hand, which is why the handwriting samples were never seen as matches. Something that we also mentioned in our Psycho breakdown, and their Norman swapped dominant hands when appearing as his mother. So kind of playing into that. The police then visit his trailer, which accurately fits a description at the time. They found many guns and other weird things like dead squirrels in the fridge. There's live ones as well, which he apparently used to put on a leash, and he would use these to lure in children. However, Alan did have a license in California to study wildlife, which is why it didn't really go anywhere.
Jesus. What? Squirrels.
According to Graysmith, who was on set at the time, they actually put a picture of the DP, Harris Savides, with a sunburned forehead in the fridge as a joke, and Graysmith said Ruffalo just carried on with the line, which was some damn good acting. They then come across the guns, but the bottom line is none of them match the ballistics. He did have the correct glove and shoe size though, and also came from a military background. Alan also came home while they were searching, which is a scene we get in the movie. But we don't really see the other side of this. I think the film purposely leaves information out like this, so it can mess with our heads. Just like the investigators, we're not finding out everything and have to jump to our own conclusions. Frustrated and wanting some time away from the case, Toski's told to go and see a movie by his boss. Two people then pass behind him, and one of these is Brian C. Hartnell, who was a victim in the Lake Berryessa attack. Now, this film turns out to be Dirty Harry, which was of course based on the Zodiac. So not much getting away from it. Toski is actually the real-life cop that Dirty Harry was based upon, and it blurs the lines between reality and fiction. Scorpio is what the killer's called in the film, and Scorpio is also, of course, a sign of the Zodiac. But yeah, we have a scene where we have the Zodiac, who's a mastermind, versus Toski, and the real-life inspiration to the greatest cop ever. Clint Eastwood actually refused permission for his scenes to be used throughout the film, saying he didn't want to be in another serial killer movie. Which, yeah, fair enough, he's been in quite a lot of them. This scene was also shot in the Mann National Theatre in California, which is where the film had a premiere at. Interiors hadn't changed since 1969, so the set team didn't have to do any work here. What's funny though is thinking about how the people going to see the premiere of this would have seen the movie on the big screen, showing the room they were in, with the characters sitting in the seats that they were sitting in. So big fourth wall break there.
That's like 16 walls.
We then jump to 4 years later and see as Armstrong leaves the case. Played by Anthony Edwards, he was actually a very close friend of Fincher. Armstrong was probably the only person who walked away from the case unscathed, and Fincher wanted him to be played by a guy who he saw as being a genuinely nice person. This basically leaves Tosky and Graysmith as the only ones still trying to work the case, well, other than Avery, who now lives on a boat, which apparently was true to life. The disheveled look is also a bit of a play on how people thought about Downey at the time. Again, this was pre-Ironman, and the actor's issues had of course been widely publicized. I don't even really think of like Downey in that way anymore, but yeah, at the time it was sort of orbiting the actor. Fincher plays a bit into the dark comedy of their meeting as well, as the pair have a back and forth, and in the background we can see a game of Pong on the TV, which is obviously about knocking things back and forth. C's World also pointed out how at this point neither the police or Zodiac had really made a move. On the TV, the Pong game's playing out with neither of the pieces moving, and it's much like how this is happening in the movie as well, which another great observation. Graysmith also says that he's working on a book and that he needs Avery's help. Graysmith believes that if all the information's brought together, that they can finally solve the case. As for Avery though, it's the kind of fall from grace that characters often go through and sort of, don't know, like a Last Jedi Luke Skywalker trope that's very common in Hollywood. I know that was made after this movie. Unfortunately though, Avery never snaps out of his stupor, and he doesn't return as the hero to save the day. On the commentary, the creative team said they didn't really want a classic 3-act structure, and in fact, didn't really want any acts at all. They were just sort of laying out the information, which I know has disappointed some. What this does though is that it inspires Graysmith to go to the library, and we see him return with a code-breaking book. He also visits the spot Stein was killed at and journeys there in a similar taxi. Tosky's there as well, and Graysmith goes to visit him. Graysmith brings up the library and all the records of cipher books that were taken. He then slips him some info, which has been greatly denied as ever happening. This then leads him to Captain Ken Nolo and then the rest of the people involved in the case. Going through the evidence, Graysmith's told that he can take a look, but he can't write anything down. He then rushes to a diner to quickly write everything out, and yeah, movie reviewers, I'm sure you know that feeling of seeing a movie at the cinema and then you have to sprint out and write everything down as quickly as you can. This then leads him to Darlene's sister, who apparently threw a painting party. Someone supposedly turned up who terrified Darlene and backed up that she was being followed. There were also several calls after the killing of someone just breathing heavily down the phone, which are similar to the prank calls that Graysmith gets later. This causes issues between him and his wife, but again, it's not really anything substantial. The calls don't prove anything, as we don't know who did them, and it could be another case of coincidence. However, it does have to be said that Graysmith claimed these calls stopped when Alan died. So there is that. Coincidence? As for the parties, all of this is unsubstantiated and mostly debunked. These assertions are the ones that led to Pam Huckabee having a very public breakdowns, and is basically the premise to Graysmith's whole narrative of the case. Unfortunately though, the painting party never happened. Tosky then tips off Graysmith to the call Melvin Belli's maid got, which then leads him to her. She took the call sometime around Christmas, and though some people will tell you we know the exact date, we actually don't know for definite. Now, according to her, the caller said they were going to kill because it was their birthday. Arthur Lee Allen's birthday is December 20th, which has led many to speculate the call actually happened then, which is definitely seen as being an educated guess, but not something that was for definite. This is what confirmed it for Graysmith though, and it's fair to say that the call did happen. But yeah, whether that's a coincidence or not, what day it was is completely up for debate. Graysmith then returns home to his wife, who's having difficulties with how involved he's getting in the case. All this is then cut short by a phone call, which leads him to getting more info on the killer.
Zodiac's name is Rick Marshall.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Now, Zach wasn't sure why they depict Graysmith as the one who uncovered Richard Marshall, but they do. Marshall was an early suspect taken seriously due to circumstantial evidence like the proximity to the crimes and his interest in the theatre. He was ultimately dismissed though, but you can find interviews with him online where you can see the physical similarities between him and Alan. giving you an accurate idea of the type of man they were looking for. Grace Smith then goes to meet with the handwriting expert who's tending to his garden. Paints him out as a man who's enjoying retirement, but it is thought in real life that he was let's say, forced into early retirement. He's the one who says he also got the name Rick Marshall, and we see Grace Smith being tormented with calls. The captain also mentions Marshall as well as being his favourite suspect, and they attempt to nail his handwriting. Anyway, at this point we rejoin Tusky, and Zodiac Letter has mentioned him by name. Okay, pump the brakes, because this requires some attention. Remember, Tusky is something of a folk hero who's had multiple movies and comics made in his likeness. The early days of the Zodiac did nothing but fuel that fire, but in the years since, it dissipated into almost nothing. His legacy was attached to not catching the Zodiac more than anything else, and it's sort of how he's remembered. Unfortunately, this letter ended up damaging his career, as it was suspected to be a forgery by some, including Avery, who suspected him of faking it. It was thought he did this for attention, but in the end, he was ultimately absolved. However, Tusky did admit to forging a separate series of fan letters to the writer Armistead Maupin. These praised the author's detective, who was based on Tusky, and asked about bringing him back, even mentioning Tusky by name as being fantastic. So yeah, people did feel like there was some flaws in the detective's character.
Thank you, Eric. San Francisco Chronicle columnist Armistead Maupin says that he thinks not only is this new letter a forgery, but it was written by the very man trusted to hunt down this killer, David Tusky. Maupin, a very well-respected author, has gone on record saying that he believes Tusky wrote the letter to drum up publicity for himself.
In a case where
that's crazy work, bro.
Biggest and only evidence, having the lead detective be strongly suspected of forging them makes for a really interesting twist. The evidence was clearly compelling, and I think this could have been explored instead of rushing past it in the movie. But either way, it really damaged his career, and even talking about it now, I think it's going to make some people think twice about whether he was reliable. Now we see that Grace Smith no longer sleeps in the same bed as his wife, and we see Avery's puffing on oxygen while smoking, which, yeah, I'm no doctor, but that doesn't seem like a great combination. Grace Smith then goes on TV talking about the case, and his wife sees this as him putting a bigger target on their family's back. Now from here, we then head into a wildly fabricated story where Grace Smith goes to Richard Marshall's friend's house, Bourne. This is where we get the most quote-unquote Hollywood movie serial killer scene, where he's led to a guy's home who says he's the one who made the posters.
But that's alright.
It's not a problem. Just down in the basement.
He then goes into his mysterious basement, and as we know, not many homes have them in California. I do feel like this was kind of added as a note by the studio or something, because yeah, it's a creepy moment, but ultimately doesn't go anywhere. I guess it shows how confusing the conflicting expert testimonies are in regards to the handwriting, but yeah, ultimately, it doesn't really do anything other than add a creep factor to the movie.
Do you think he saw the film in our theater and was inspired?
Grace Smith also constantly asks throughout the scene if there's someone else in the house, as the floor above seems to have someone that's walking on it, which completely terrifies him. Fincher inserted this because there was a theory amongst the police that Vaughn and Lee Allen were working together as the Zodiac. Vaughn was actually Narlo's favourite subject, and he thought he may have written the letters to throw people off Allen. Exiting quickly, he's then scared at the door, and after being let out, he makes a dash into the night. Upon returning home, we then see his wife's left, and she's taken the kids as well, which again is all kind of played up for dramatic effect in the movie. Grace Smith then visits Darlene's friend Linda, who's now in prison. Played by Clea Duvall, it was actually nice seeing her in the movie because yeah, I love the faculty and she isn't really in that much. There she also confirms a painting party story, which again never happened, and says Darlene was friends with someone named Lee. Playing devil's advocate, you know, Lee was a pretty common name back then, and well, it still is. So it's again seen as a coincidence, but not something you can say is damning evidence. However, this was another coincidence that led Grace Smith down a certain path. The police aren't convinced though, and as Grace Smith refuses to be questioned on the matter, it's difficult to discuss the case further. He also gets more phone calls insinuating he's getting closer when really he's not. However, there is a twist coming. Instructed by his wife to finally finish it, she walks out the door and he notices Alan's ID, which gives away his birthday. Rushing to Tusky, he then confirms the phone call date.
He wrote me, you know.
Now this letter did in fact happen, with Alan writing a letter apologising that he quote-unquote wasn't his man. This was extremely strange, and out of 25,000 suspects, he's the only one who ever wrote. We're then reminded that no physical evidence exists against Alan, but they do recap the good evidence.
Look at this stuff side by side. Okay, Arthur Lee Allen and the Zodiac, their timelines.
When was the first murder in Vallejo?
Christmas 1968.
8 months before that, Alan is fired for molesting his students, and his family discovers that he's a pedophile. Now, when do the letters begin?
July 69.
After the murder of Darlene Farron, and they continue until you go to see him at work. Now, after that, do any of the letters contain swatches of Paul Stein's shirt? No, because he dumped him because he got scared, because he knew that you were onto him. So when's the next letter from Zodiac?
Not until January of 1974.
He is silent for 3 years. Then in 74, he feels comfortable again because everybody's moved off Alan as a suspect. And what do we get? 3 new letters from Zodiac in January, May, and July in 74.
But then the letters stop.
What happens to Alan?
He's arrested. January 1975, they send him to Atascadero. We don't get another letter from Zodiac the entire time he's there.
When is he released?
August 77.
Alan gets out, he types you an apology, and then what? We get our first new Zodiac letter in 4 years.
That small monologue is very accurate in terms of timeline, including all of the crimes and letters. Alan lived near to where Darlene worked, but Zach said that wasn't difficult to do in Vallejo at the time. Also, I believe that this restaurant is called Callahan's, which is named after the Dirty Harry character, and that was pointed out by C's World. I don't know if it's this restaurant, but he did say one in the movie was called Callahan's, and I'm guessing it's this one. I forgot to mention it before. The movie then ends with what Graysmith calls an accurate meeting between him and Arthur Lee Allen. This was at a hardware store he worked at, and he just wanted to see his reaction to being stared at. Apparently in real life, he went in and confronted him, and then when driving out, Allen pulled up in his car and they stared at each other intently. Like Umbrella Academy or something. You can read into this exactly how you want, but again, it's left up to the viewer to decide. But ultimately, this is a film, so it's difficult to know if it even happened this way. And yeah, with the car story as well, yeah, they're dramatizing it. We then get the final scene that happens over 7 years later and see the Zodiac books being printed. This also gives us the return of Mike Mageau, who's now played by Jimmy Simpson. In terms of timeline, this is actually also 20 years after the initial attack took place. He's given a photo lineup and he identifies Alan as the one who shot him. So we're going full circle from the beginning, and in Mike's mind, this is the guy who did it. So yeah, in terms of an ending and saying who the Zodiac is, we're going from the first kill to as concrete an answer as we're gonna get. However, I do like how the movie even plays it as ambiguous.
It's him. He had a round face like this guy.
Basically, this guy's face on this guy's head, and even that isn't enough to pin the case on it. Fincher actually messed with the audience a bit as well, as he placed a photo of Bob Stevenson there, who is one of the other actors that played the killer. It's important to note as well that this is again after 20 years of alcohol and drug abuse. Mike had been homeless, had mental crashes, and was seen as being a bit of an outcast. Even in the opening, Darlene asks him why he's wearing so many layers, and according to the Now Playing podcast, he had 5 pairs of pants on. If you watch interviews with him, you'll see his speech is sporadic, and because of that, people have doubted if he was fully aware of what was going on and can be relied on. Putting him on the stand was also seen as a big risk, but it never came to that, and as we see in the final text, Alan suffered a fatal heart attack before being questioned again. The calls to Graysmith also stopped after that, and interestingly, Zach brought up how another warrant was also issued for Alan in 1991, where they found some bombs hidden under his house that matched the ones from the letter. There's also a shitload of Zodiac news clippings that were found, and he actually died holding a letter typewritten to the FBI. In the end, Zach believed Alan was the Zodiac, and though he doubted a lot of Graysmith's conclusions, he did say even a broken clock is right twice a day. He said that he stands as an example of how when you use untrue premises to prove your conclusion, no matter how true, it still detracts from your point. Zach also said it was worth mentioning the other suspects as well that weren't included in the film. These are Richard Gaikowski, who was suspected after his name sort of appeared in the cipher. The word Gaik appeared in the cipher that claimed to contain the killer's identity, and he also resembled a sketch supplied for Stein's killer. In addition to this, Gaikowski lived minutes away from the 2 apparent Zodiac crime scenes. But again, all the evidence around him was very circumstantial. There was also Lawrence Kane, and Kathleen Johns identified him as the man who abducted her, and Darlene's sister Linda identified him as someone who'd been harassing her. Lastly, we have Gary Francis Post, who was a name that I remember them publishing everywhere with "Solve the Case" and it's him. He was identified by the Casebreakers, who were a group that formed around cold cases. His name was an anagram in the Zodiac letters, and he also had a similar scar to what the killer was said to have. However, law enforcement agencies have ruled him out and said he's not the killer. In the end though, I've looked through all the documents, all the books, watched multiple documentaries, and have concluded, without doubt, that the killer is in fact none other than Ted Cruz. Yes, we got it. No, I don't know if you remember that theory, but that was pretty mental as well. And it just kind of shows how much people have jumped at lots of different things that make no sense and ultimately will likely never know for certain. The case was even closed in 2004, however, this movie forced the police to reopen it. The movie wasn't a big hit though, and it lost out to Wild Hogs in its opening weekend. I do think it's achieved that cult status though, and Fincher,
My dad
at
loved
this
that
point,
fucking
was
movie.
pretty
That's
much a cult
hilarious.
character.
Wild
If you look back
Hogs.
to his work, a lot of
Lol.
his movies haven't actually been hits, but over the years, they've gained a massive following. This movie, obviously, you know, didn't set the world on fire at the time, but it's
Mo
something
turkey,
I've
mo
gone through so many
better.
times, and yeah, it's basically given a blueprint for the entire Zodiac case that people still refer to.
I don't know, bro. There's way too many coincidences for it not to be that Alan, dude. Late night meal, dude. I wish I had some late night meal. I'm fucking eating crackers. It's the only thing I ate today. I ate some motherfucking crackers, buddy. I was gonna go out and get something to munch on, but we literally have so much snow right now. It's fun. Exclamation point redeemed hope? Question mark? Dude, I love steak, fuck dog. I could eat steak every day, bud. If I could afford a steak right now, I'd fucking be munching that bitch, trust me. But I ain't paying $300 for a strip loin. I mean, like, I could still afford it, but, like, I'm not paying $300 for a strip loin. Like, it's just absurd. Absurd. Cheers. Dude, how much snow are we supposed to get? Holy fuck, I might actually have to go. I don't know, we'll see. How much snow? Heavy snow? Heavy snow? Oh, that's not good. $34 millimeters of snow? Oh god, dude, that's not good at all. I should probably go move my car, but I'm lazy. I'll just fucking let them plow it in. I don't care. Just imagine the size of my cock. That's how much snow we're getting. Couple millimeters. Will do.
Where is your emergency? Hi. We have an emergency. Okay, what's going on? Oh my God. My husband's friend is dead. Oh my God. Okay, calm down. Did you say he's dead? I think so. He's on the floor. There's blood everywhere. Oh my God, he's just laying there. Listen, I need you and your husband.
No problem, Thug Duck. Hakuna Matata, buddy. Hakuna Matata.
What is his name? Oh my God. Brad McGarry.
Fred McGarry.
On May 7th, 2017, officers in Bel Air, Ohio received a chilling 911 call. David McKinney and his wife, Sherry, have just made a grim discovery concerning their friend. But when police arrived, they're stunned to realize the victim is not a stranger. It's someone they know.
I went in there.
Oh my god.
The first thing I did was nail down the crime scene.
Come on.
She touched his neck. That was all she did. Nothing was moved. Nothing was touched.
Come on. Fucking 2. 39, yep. Hit him for like another fat one here. Another fat one here.
They worked in a coal mine.
Kill him right here. Right here. Come on. That's gotta be a PB, right?
Brad McGarry, a coal miner familiar.
Fight duration 38 seconds. Holy.
Of his own home, lying face down in a pool of blood with a gunshot wound to the head. From their initial examination, officers estimate Brad has been dead for 5 to 6 hours. Strangely, nothing at the crime scene appears disturbed, raising the haunting question: was someone else involved in the shooting, or did Brad pull the trigger himself? Seeking answers, officers turn to David and Sherry.
That's crazy. 38-second kill. That's fucked.
8, 9 years.
Oh, yeah.
My kids call him up. We supposed to go to the Bahamas with us and all this. Yeah, he's one of my best friends.
He met him in coal mining classes years ago, and we just took him and his family.
I'm trying not to freak out. I'm sorry. I can't not see it, man. I'm not supposed to see that, man.
Shaken by grief, they explain why they had come to check on him and the strange detail they noticed inside the house, a revelation that drops a pivotal clue.
Once you go from the beginning, how you come about coming out here?
I just talked to him. They had a wedding last night. He said, you guys come out whenever. And I called him. He didn't answer. And I told my wife, I said, let's just go ahead and go out there. I said, we come to the basement door and knock. Because my daughter knocked on the front door. I told her, I said, sis, go knock on the back door. I went up right behind her and knocked on the back door. I noticed that the kitchen was scattered. There was stuff all over the place. I told my wife, I said, Sherry, something's wrong. There's something everywhere. And we went in. And I yelled for him. And we noticed everything that was messed up in the kitchen. Then we went into the living room, and then we noticed the coffee table in the living room, the drawers were all pulled out of it and everything.
And then he said, you two stay here. He went down to the basement, and then he yelled, call 911.
Based on David and Sherry's account, officers now consider the possibility of a forced entry, perhaps a burglary that took a deadly turn. But the couple's next account leads officers to consider a different angle, providing a name and a potential motive for the first time.
The last relationship he was in, it was pulled off, and he hasn't been with anybody ever since. It was a girl.
Yeah,
it was a guy.
Yeah.
Okay, who was the guy? Scott something.
Oh, man.
Very bad blood there, I think this is the regular relationship, Ricker and Rick.
Brad had a troubled relationship with his ex-partner, Scotty, a relationship that now becomes a focus of the investigation. However, they claim not to know Scotty.
Hey there, Scotty!
So before digging deeper into that lead, officers turn their focus to Brad's mental state in the days leading up to his death, looking for signs that might support their initial theory of suicide.
Any problems with depression or anything like that?
In the past, he has. He had some bad. I think at one point in time he was.
He was pretty happy. I don't know.
According to Sherry, Brad was a happy person, but if personal turmoil had truly driven him to end his life with a gun, the weapon should have been found near the body. So officers meticulously search the crime scene and surrounding areas for the missing gun, but what they uncover instead leads to a chilling conclusion.
But I don't see a gun, unless it's underneath him, and I didn't want to move him. You look at the bag? I didn't. But they flipped him over, they didn't see a gun. If that's the case, it wasn't no suicide.
With no gun found, the initial theory of suicide is ruled out, but as the cops scour the crime scene, the findings only strengthen the possibility of a burglary gone wrong.
Kitchen's been ransacked. Cupboards open here and stuff.
I mean, that should be the first fucking sign that it's not a suicide. Is the fact that the house has been ransacked. Like, hello.
Upstairs, the bedroom has been ransacked as well. Drawers are pulled open and belongings are scattered across the floor. But what looks like a burglary soon takes a darker turn when officers uncover a critical clue, plunging the case into utter mystery.
a little bit of money laying here on the floor, a $2 bill laying there, pill packets, and a cell phone.
You know, there's cash money and brand new smartphones laying around. There's cameras still in boxes. There's nice TVs. These are all things I would expect to not be there in a burglary robbery type situation.
With no valuables missing, the case grows even more puzzling, suggesting this was no burglary gone wrong, but something far more deliberate. In search of leads, officers start looking for CCTV footage from the neighboring areas. Also, as Brad was openly gay, officers can't ignore the possibility of a hate crime and seek answers from his close friend, Wendy Neubauer.
It's obviously some guy that's like some guy that like didn't want to be outed as gay and he went and killed him. Guarantee it. Put money on that.
And he was struggling with that. He said work was really stressing him out because it took a lot for him to get associated up there being gay up that one night, and he got settled and situated, and they all loved him. Then they moved him down here, and he just was miserable with his work. He was really depressed.
Wendy, however, insists that Brad's savage murder wasn't motivated by hate, claiming he'd been battling deep depression caused by work-related stress. But what she reveals next about his vengeful ex-boyfriend throws the case wide open.
You know, that's when he got messed up with Scotty Butler. He started getting like weird. It was just too wrapped up into that boy.
Just like David and Sherry, Wendy also brings up the name of Scotty Butler. With his full identity now in hand, the officers reach out to him, hoping it will bring them closer to unraveling the murder mystery. But just as the hope of a breakthrough arises, the leads pointing to Scotty crumble when detectives make a disheartening discovery.
We discovered he was in fact in jail in West Virginia for a parole violation.
We talked to Scotty Butler. He seemed to be very, surprised and very upset that Brad had passed. He had no idea who would want to do anything like this to Brad. Didn't seem to have, any reason to have him killed either.
Meanwhile, the autopsy report arrives, confirming that Brad was shot twice in the back of the head with a .22 caliber handgun, a weapon.
Yeah, it's got to be someone that it's like didn't want to be outed as gay. Calling it now.
But next, the investigators
100%.
finally uncover the crucial evidence they've been searching for. Luckily, a neighboring house near Brad's has CCTV cameras. As they go through the footage of that day, they spot Brad arriving home in his car before the shooting.
Put money on
after
it.
some time, David's seen pulling up.
They need
with
to
his
kill
family
over it. Yo,
vehicle.
facts.
But
Some people
nothing
have,
appears sus-
some people have like families and shit though. You know what I mean? And like they don't want their wives finding out, and they just need to feel as though they're accepted by society or whatever, right?
Suspicious.
But I'm
In
almost
search of
positive.
leads, officers now move to interview another of Brad's friends, Mary Kay Milliken, hoping her insights might lead to a breakthrough.
It happens so often, dude. You'd be surprised. That shit happens so often.
Definitely want to find the person that did this. Is there anything you could think of that might help us out at all?
I mean, he liked to drink, and he kind of got crazy, but he would drink and loud and sarcastic, and he could maybe piss somebody off.
But her revelation unexpectedly aligns with their earlier burglary theory, making the officers question whether they dismissed it prematurely.
He had at least 2 pretty flashy looking rings. He had at least 3 nice necklaces. He liked to show it off, and he could be kind of showy at times, and I just wondered if somebody tried to rob him or hurt him for what he had.
With this new insight into Brad's passion for jewelry, the officers start reconstructing what might have happened that day.
It's something that we got to keep in the back of our heads. Could this homicide been the byproduct of a robbery? Maybe Brad come home and spooked a burglar and was shot to cover up the crime.
But just as they probe further into the burglary theory, checking if Brad's gold rings and jewelry were taken, they received shocking news from a neighboring locality, suggesting that their worst fears may have come true.
2 days after Brad's murder, there was another shooting that occurred just across the county line. We didn't know what was going on. Did he kill again?
Officers rushed to the scene of the second shooting, only a few miles from his home in Wheeling, West Virginia, and find 41-year-old Ahmed Hinton barely clinging to life. Their squad car dash cams captures final moments as the first responders desperately try to save him.
Can you ask a question? I mean, yeah, you're not in school. You don't gotta ask if you can ask a question.
Shortly after, EMTs arrive and rush him to the hospital, but he doesn't make it. The chilling patterns suggest the cases may be connected, and if the killer isn't caught
Oh, one
soon,
smart-ass
more
Canadian,
lives
eh?
could be at risk. Officers collect the shell casings from the crime scene and send them for testing to determine whether the same .22 caliber handgun that killed Brad had been used here. In search of clues about the shooter, they check nearby CCTV cameras and discover footage that captures the entire incident. In it, Ahmed is seen being shot and collapsing outside the apartment, and although Ahmed's friend fires back, the shooter escapes. However, officers can't identify the shooter in the footage. Just when hopes seem to fade, they learn from the sources that minutes before his death, Ahmed had
I've ever
wounded
been
his
in
killer,
love for sure when I was a little
called
kid.
Jordan Davis. But their next challenge is to see if he's connected to Brad's murder. For this, they wait for the ballistics test from Ahmed's shooting to return
I
to
don't
see
really
if
believe
it's
in
the
it
same
anymore,
gun
though.
used. While they wait, they return to Brad's home, hoping to uncover more clues. But
I
instead
believe
of
you can
answers,
fall in love when you're a kid, but when you're older, brother, I don't know, man. I feel as though people just try and benefit off of each other way too much to actually have true love, you know?
they're met with evidence that only thickens the mystery.
He really ransacked. That's 3 drawers open. Spare room with a bunch of tennis shoes.
Anything that surprises me here is it's not going through enough. It's just kind of rifled a little bit.
Though the house looks ransacked, the disarray follows a strange, systematic pattern, hinting at something far darker.
Each one of the drawers in all the areas looked like they were pulled out to the same length, if you would, or same distance. That struck us as being somewhat odd.
After meticulously examining every corner of the house,
A
the
lot
officers
harder,
reach
yeah.
an alarming conclusion.
I just don't believe in it when you're older. I believe when you're in like high school and like a young kid in your 20s and stuff, sure, but like once you hit 30, 40, you know,
It was made to look like something.
people just settle with each other. They don't really love each other. They just settle because they're scared of being alone and shit.
A burglary or a robbery.
Just as they start searching for answers about who could have deliberately staged the crime scene as a burglary or whether Jordan was behind both shootings, their hopes are dashed when they receive the lab result for the shell casings, and it doesn't match Brad's shooting, bringing the case frustratingly back to square one. Officers now fear the killer will slip away, unaware they're just one step away.
Yeah,
from the
I'm a
truth.
pessimist though.
Seeking someone who could have benefited from the murder. Officers
So
interview another
don't
close
take what I
friend of
say
Brad,
at face value.
and that's when he reveals a shocking clue that shifts the entire direction
Yeah.
of the case.
Officer Martin tells me Mike got some.
And I mean, you can be in love with someone and not be loved back, you know what I mean? You can be in love with somebody and not be loved back. So.
Yeah, I know Brad for going on 12, 13 years. Myself and
Yeah, that
Brad
must suck for
talk
real.
on a regular basis.
To actually have someone who loves you is probably like the rarest thing in the world,
I know
brother.
quite a bit of information as far as the type of relationship they had.
Yeah,
The
same.
problems that him and DJ were having.
For the first time, the officers
Just
hear the
fighting
name
for
of another
approval.
of Brad's boyfriends, DJ.
DJ had approached Brad and they started having an intimate on and off relationship. So he was like, you know what they would call a closet case or someone who was still in the closet. DJ was, married.
Oh, see? Bro, did I not call that? This guy's talking about the guy that might have killed him being a closeted gay. I literally called that shit, brother.
DJ, we're talking about David
Kenny, because that's all I knew of DJ. That's all how Brad talked to me about him, DJ.
It comes as a shock that DJ is none other than David Kinney. And with this
What?
revelation, the officers are confronted with a chilling possibility they'd never imagined before.
Our whole idea of the relationship of David Kenny and Brad McGarry is that they were very, very close friends. Now, we learned that David Kenny and Brad McGarry were involved in a sexual relationship. We had to look, was that somehow connected with Brad's killing? It was time to have a different conversation with David Kenny.
Now, with David as the prime suspect, investigators call him in along with his wife Sherry, and the first thing they ask for is his phone.
Here, but since it's your phone, it's your personal property, we gotta get your consent.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, give me a couple minutes and I'll buzz right through this and we'll try to get back to you as quick as we can, okay?
Yes, sir.
Alright. You got a password on it?
Yes.
Okay. Could you, is it a pin?
It's a thumbprint or you could use the pen.
Okay. Can we go through and unset that? Is that possible?
Yeah.
Make it just go a lot quicker.
Yeah.
Without hesitation, he hands over the phone, appearing confident, as if he has nothing to hide. But the officers have a different plan with the phone, one that will connect the dots in ways he never saw coming.
GPS location is often going to be revealed to us on your phone. I absolutely wanted to see where Mr. Kinney's phone was at the time of the murder.
While the officers comb through his phone, David sits in the other room facing a tense interrogation.
How close were you and Brad?
Very close.
Did you say you were his best friend?
Yes, sir. We got real close with our family. Got real close.
What's your kids calling? Uncle Brad? Wife, Carl.
Who's Larry?
I'll get you some paper towels, okay? I'm gonna be right back. I'll put a glass of water.
Yes, sir.
Be right back.
He breaks down in tears, appearing heartbroken over losing his best friend, unaware that his phone will reveal a far different truth.
Chief Aller in the interview room, we're just friends, we're just friends, we're just friends. I'm looking through his phone and seeing we're lovers, we're lovers, we're lovers. We were able to see text, deleted photos.
David has deleted texts in an attempt to hide a secret romance with Brad, but officers know far more is missing. When they recover Brad's deleted voice messages sent just days before his death, they reveal a relationship spiraling into its darkest phase.
You know, you not only can broke a promise, you can lie, and then you have the balls to tell me. That is your last lie and your last goddamn broken promise to me. You're a hoe.
But the most crucial evidence comes from David's phone GPS that will connect all the chilling dots from the day of the murder.
We had GPS coordinates coming that, would prove that he was at the house when the murder took place.
The GPS data connects the vehicle's movements on the day of the murder as officers scour additional CCTV footage near Brad's house to piece the timeline together.
In the surveillance video, you'll see David Kinney arriving at Brad's home, driving his wife's car. And you'll see Brad return home. And shortly after Brad returns home, you can see David Kinney leaving the area. A couple hours later, you see David returning in his truck with the family, which is a direct contrast to everything we've been told prior to.
David is seen thrice that day, twice alone, and later arriving with his family in another vehicle. But inside the interrogation room, David denies everything until the evidence from his phone forces him to reveal more than he intends.
Here's some stuff on your phone. It's a little questionable.
Yes, sir.
How close were you and Brad?
Very close.
How close were you guys?
Very, very close.
Fun, great.
My best friend.
Did you guys have sex together?
There's a few times in the past where, he's attempted a lot, and we've kind of fooled around a little bit in the past.
It's okay. Hey, look.
What year is it?
Well, this is
2017.
This is between us, okay?
Yes, sir.
Says what year is it, okay?
Continues pressing on for more details.
Where's your phone putting you at Brad's house the time he got killed this past 3? You were there.
Oh, God.
We know exactly when he was killed. You were there when he was killed.
No, sir, I was not at his house when that man was murdered, sir.
David? Look at me. I'm starting to look.
Yes, sir, I know it is starting to look pretty messed up.
Right when I did later?
David denies any involvement in the murder, unaware that officers already know key details from the earlier interview of Brad's close friend that revealed a possible motive.
He told me he had everything saved on his phone to basically expose DJ, because that's how angry he was at the way that DJ was treating him. And he told me that. And I remember I asked Brad, I said, dude, you gotta realize he's a married man. And he goes, I understand that, but you gotta realize what DJ's done to me. Meaning that, he keeps coming back, he keeps calling, he keeps using me.
Despite the mounting evidence against him, David continues to insist on his innocence.
No, sir, I would not kill him.
There's got to be something to it. There's got to be a reason.
Oh my God, I would
Brother.
not do this. I would not do this.
David, you're a father.
Yes, sir.
You're a husband.
Yes, sir.
You get in front of us, tell me what the hell happened. Boy, I got to put it together.
Oh my God.
We got it all. It's all on the phone.
I know, sir.
It's all on David's phone. It's all. Well, we ain't got into that one yet. It's coming. Everything's going to be in his phone.
Yes, sir, I know.
All the pictures he sent you, all the things he said to you.
Yes, sir.
You got some of it on your phone.
Yes, sir, I know.
It's not going to paint a good picture. It's going to put you guys together as being together.
Yes, sir.
It takes 4 hours of relentless interrogation, but David finally starts to break down and begins to reveal parts of his buried secret.
I know you had something to do with Brad's death.
It's just hard, you know?
I know it's hard. It's the hardest thing you ever done. Just say it.
Brad's been wanting me to leave my wife for a while. Well, quite a while.
I know this.
It's been hard, you know, with like our situation, you know.
David wanted to end the relationship with Brad, but Brad threatened to expose him to his wife, Sherry, who knew nothing of the affair.
Sherry.
On the day of the murder, their argument over the secret escalated into a heated confrontation.
I told him, I said, you know, things are going to have to start to stop. Like that at all.
What happened?
She hit me and smacked me around a couple times. She got real loud with me. You know, kind of like up in my face.
According to David, as the argument spiraled out of control, Brad drew a .22 caliber gun, unaware it would soon turn on him.
He had it in his hand, just kind of like waving it at me, you know what I mean? Telling me, you know, you're up, I'm tired of you, I can't be my emotions this long, just call it quits.
What happened?
David finally confesses to the killing, claiming fear drove him to act in self-defense. But the officer remains skeptical, and with the next exercise he conducts, David's lies come crashing down.
Let's stand up. I'm going to be Brad, and you be you, okay? So, I'm Brad, where am I? Which way am I facing? I'm facing over here. And you're facing here, okay? So we're arguing, and he said he hit you?
Yeah, he actually kind of just come in and was like this, you know, slapping me around.
Did you get hurt at all?
He picked up the anger and come at me, and he just kept waving it.
Wait, so he's waving the gun, then what happens?
Whatever, I have a cat. I used to own a cat.
I stumbled. Okay.
I was owning a couple cats.
Come at you.
I'm not really a big cat guy though. More of a dog guy.
Show me where.
Cats are very self-sufficient though, which is cool.
During the reenactment, David demonstrates how he shot Brad in the top of his head, but the actual gunshot wounds tell a very different story.
Okay, here's my problem. And my problem's with rudimentary laws of physics. Okay? He's coming at you, you shot him. Okay, but the bullet's going this way. So you had to be behind him.
All the evidence points to one undeniable truth. This was not self-defense, but a cold, calculated act.
I believe David Kinney, with prior calculation and design, shot Brad McGarry twice in the back of the head. Then he staged a crime scene. David Kinney was terrified of what Brad McGarry could do to blow up his life.
David has confessed, but outside the interrogation room, his wife awaits, completely unaware of what's happened. The officers then allow him to speak to her, and she's about to receive the biggest shock of her life.
I need to know that you have my back, and that everything I'm going to do is the truth from here, okay? I love you and the kids. I don't want you to be there for me, okay? You got a 22 there in your... I went to Brad's house to meet up with him after the wedding. Listen, just he flipped out on me. Listen to me. Please just let me talk, Sherry. Will you please let me talk? He flipped out on me. I never meant to kill my best friend.
You
are not that person. That's not you.
I know, that's what I told you. I'm a concussion. I got scared. I didn't know what to do.
The ironic thing is, David killed somebody that loved him because he was just so afraid of this secret about his alter personality, his alter life, if you will, being revealed, that he was willing to murder somebody that loved him over it. And what's sad is now everybody knows anyway, and Brad's dead.
David is arrested, and after an intense 8-day trial, he's found guilty of aggravated murder and sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole.
Woo!
At last, Brad receives the justice he deserves. But despite the conviction, every aspect of this case remains bittersweet.
Province 911, where's your emergency?
Hey, I was calling. I tried calling the fire department to see there's a fire in our subdivision, but it.
Oh man. Ugh. Fucking basket, dude.
After Melissa placed a 911 call earlier that day, she reported that her husband, Harvey, had not answered calls or messages for 2 days, and she feared the worst. At first, officers assumed they were dealing with a routine missing persons case, but what they uncovered would turn out to be far more twisted and disturbing than anyone could have imagined.
What do you think right now? Where do you think that Harvey is right now?
In Harvey's last known contact, he was reportedly furious after an argument with one of their employees.
I have way more digital evidence than you would ever imagine. The goose is up, dude.
Goose.
Some of Harvey's friends and employees had witnessed the argument and tried to calm him down.
You see me? You see me? Fuck every motherfucker. Fuck Melissa. Fuck y'all.
This is Harvey. He's fucking freaking out.
But after that night, he disappeared without a trace. On the afternoon of February 26, 2020, officers from the Georgetown Police Department met with Melissa Crawford Huber, who reported that her husband, Harvey Huber, had been missing since 9:30 p.m. the previous evening.
Okay.
Oh my God, no worries. Everybody's worried.
You know where you drink here?
We drink here. And I've got you on there. It's in there. Joshua.
Sea turtles.
He was up here with him along with two other guys. This was the last person this morning. And it was, what time was it? What was the time when you and Harvey had
Probably. Because
about 9:30?
Yeah, I got a phone
I'd have to look mine up on the call too. It's just that, you know, we waited today because
Right.
I expected him to hear from him, but it's gone today.
Joshua, a friend of Melissa's son, Philip, had been living with the couple and working at their business, Huber Auto Repair. As Joshua, Melissa and other friends and employees guided officers through the events leading up to the disturbing discovery. A series of initial pieces of evidence began to surface.
Molly was sitting right on the edge of the seat with the window down. And I said when I walked in there, they both were pretty much stuck right on the counter with the key and the lighter. So that was on here. Yeah, right side of the office. So the key was on the left. Because Wallace on the seat of the big Wallace on the seat of the outside.
I got here afterwards.
Yeah.
Melissa shares with the officers that it was unusual for her husband to leave without cigarettes.
This one's too slow for me, man. Fuck it, throw on something to watch. Fuck it. Might as well. Come on, baby, come on. I think tomorrow we'll get a bunch of quests done. Come on. Give me something. Don't make all this worth nothing for me. Die, motherfucker, die. I didn't even see the orange ball, but okay. Here we go. One tomato seed, one onion seed. Like, dude, this is fucking cancer, man. Holy shit. The drops from this guy are so bad. Well, got me another drop that I haven't seen before. Elkhorn Frag. That's interesting. Those folly, fa la 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 lolly. Let's fuck him up. Huge RNG right there. Didn't hit me with 30. Dun, 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 dun. Easy kill. How many kills is that for now? 135, eh? Holy. '85 defense coming up. Come on, motherfucker, come on. Oh no! Skeletal wyverns, we just unlocked those as a task. The fate of the planet is what we should really be worried about. That chick's voice. Got a fucking sapphire from that. Oh my god, I hit rare drop table. Ew. 149 KC. Huge 53. Why didn't he just fly him across to begin with? The fuck? So much sweet corn. Oh. Just dead motherfucker. The double rune skim drop? Walking onion seeds, man. That's crazy work. Those drops I've been getting are just crazy work. How much I use each one? 767. Alright. That's enough stream for me today, gentlemen. Peace out.